cool banner at some point. But right off the bat, I got to introduce my co-hosts. Brian Power in the middle, Rob Vino. Welcome in. I feel like, do you guys remember like being in school and you'd like have a final and then you'd study for like 3 weeks? You'd study for the final, you get to the final, and then you just forget everything that you've studied for 3 weeks. That's what I feel like right now with 108 games. But welcome in time for college basketball.
Yes, I do remember forgetting everything after the final, Trig, but studying for 3 weeks, no, that was a little foreign, I think, to me.
That wasn't your thing?
Yeah, maybe 3 days, maybe 3 hours, but yes, definitely forgetting it all. But no, we're not going to forget anything after these games. We're going to make you guys some money here all college basketball season long. Great to be here along with you, Trig, and of course, my good friend Rob Vino.
Yeah, guys, you know what? For me, it's an early start. I was commenting off air, 3 cups of coffee. Brian, you're with me. So, but we're ready to go. I mean, college basketball, the way these sports overlap nowadays, guys, I've been around the block a little bit since 1992 in this industry. And I mean, it just seems to happen earlier and earlier every year where we get football, college football, basketball, college basketball. And thank goodness I'm not a hockey guy because I don't know if I'd ever sleep.
Mm-hmm. Cody Butler says we better get all 108. Well, I don't know if we're going to get through all 108 in the hour, but I'll tell you what, this show is going to go similar to the way we did Total Bases. So we are going to appease the people that are nice enough to give us a job at this company, and we will hit a feature game at the top, which will typically be the biggest game of the day. Today we're going to do 2. So we're going to talk Florida, Arizona. We're going to talk Villanova, BYU. But then it's just like Total Bases. You fire the games that you want in the chat. We are going to get to those games, and we brought back the parlay of the day. So the parlay of the day, very simple. We'll each throw a leg out for a 3-team parlay, and our goal is to beat the baseball show, which I think we ended up 4.7 units doing 3-teamers for 6 months, which honestly is incredible. I can't believe we ended up plus units. So it'll be a big ask to somehow do that here, but that's what we're going to try to do. At any rate, let's get right into it. We've got people filing in. I will retweet this to Twitter in a second. But we're going to get started out in Las Vegas. First of 2 games that are going to make up the Hall of Fame Series Classic tonight at T-Mobile Arena. And I believe our only matchup on opening night of 2 ranked teams. So I'll start with Rob Vino. You get the Florida Gators, the Arizona Wildcats. This is the marquee matchup of tonight of the night, I would say, on a day of all great games, though. How are you seeing this one?
Yeah, I mean, you said marquee, Adam. This is, it has Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final 4 capabilities. These 2 teams both back. Florida, obviously, your defending champ, bringing a lot back to the table here. I'll start with the Florida side here and just say that, boy, that returning front court is going to be as good as there is in the nation. Those guys all performed well last year. Alec Condon, Thomas Hawk, et cetera, et cetera. I feel, Tommy Lloyd has said that he's got confidence in his front court as well, but I just don't see them matching up enough to the Florida front court. That being said, backcourt could be an issue for Florida. Now when I say issue, I don't mean they're going to be bad because obviously you're bringing in transfer Xavier Lee and Boogie Flynn. Boogie Flynn, $2 million of NIL money to come from Arkansas to Florida. The question is going to be, do they mesh right away with the Florida team? Remember last year, Walter Clayton basically carried this team, right? And now Walter Clayton's out. Does Boogie Flynn just step right in and carry the way Walter Clayton did? I'm not so sure. I like the guards and the wing on the other side here. Obviously, Del Orso, a fabulous wing for Arizona, Jaden Bradley, maybe their top backcourt player. So it's kind of a give Arizona the backcourt edge, give Florida the front court edge. Looking at a point spread of UF, the Gators, -4. Almost tempted to take Arizona with the points here, guys. One big advantage in this particular set of games tonight is the floor that it's being played on. Arizona faithful are going to pack the Las Vegas venue, as are BYU faithful. We'll get to that game next, but it's a substantial crowd edge to Arizona here, which pushes me even further that way. So just general thought on that game. Again, I think Florida's the better front court, but Arizona the better backcourt. And in college basketball, it's been a long-standing adage that the better backcourt wins games. So I'm going to go that way. If Boogie Flan beats me or if Xavier Lee beats me, so be it. But early on, I think taking the points here with Arizona and I don't know, Adam, you'd be a pretty good gauge of this as well. I would say it's going to be like 80-20 Arizona, if not more. So I'll take that side, Arizona plus the points.
Yeah. First off, guys, nothing like starting the year by reminding me of a painful end to last college basketball season. Obviously, talk about Florida. I don't know. Trig, I know you were with me. Rob, I don't know. I can't remember offhand who you had in the championship game last year, but I laughed as soon as I saw this game was first on our rundown because I was like, has it really been only, 7 months since that painful, and for me at least, in my clients, the national championship game when Florida came back and ripped one away from Houston. Obviously, just to echo what Rob said, yes, I think what the known commodity with Florida is in the front court. This will be one of the best front courts in the country. But the back court, I think particularly, Clayton and Martin complemented each other very well. And we just don't know how the new backcourt is going to, particularly defensively, I think, is going to be an issue with this backcourt. Florida, I feel we know what they're going to be, right? The front court's great. The back court, it's going to take some time to mesh. Arizona, the chat's picked up on this. There's a lot of newcomers here. This was a team now, a big strength of Arizona last year was offensive rebounding. Are they going to enjoy that edge in this game here against the Florida team that I think, Trig, I don't want to put words in your mouth. We all think this front court's very good, right? So I think that's something. Look, I also lean towards taking the points here. I think something Rob brought up as far as the edge and crowd support. Obviously, that can't, players need to play still. The crowd's not going to win you the game. But I do think it is worth noting that Arizona should have a crowd edge. And I do lean towards taking the points here with the Wildcats.
Yeah, so Rob, do you have the odd screen up right now? Can you tell me what the number is right now on this game? Because I saw this one move a little bit this morning back and forth, which is interesting to me. Go ahead.
Opener real quick, Adam. Opened at 3.5. Almost universally now 3.5. I see a stray 4. However, a respected offshore has gone down to 2.5 now. So you have a variance between 2.5 and 4, but almost universally 3.5 with a total of mostly 163.5s, but you can find as low as 62.5, as high as 64.
So Cody says, I caught Gators minus 2.5. Yeah, that's the move I saw earlier. That's kind of what was, I guess, a little bit tempting to me. There was, I think, the first book that opened this line. This is one of like maybe 4 games that was widely opened at books maybe like a week ago, like a while ago. It seems like a lot of books did not want to put lines up outside of the top couple games up until maybe Friday or Saturday, and then Caesar started doing that. But this one's been up for a while. And it was kind of 4. I posted to Twitter that my number was kind of right in line with that. When it moved to 2.5, like I kind of disagree with that move a little bit, all the way down to 2.5. So Cody, I'm with you. I don't mind the Gators at 2.5. I think that's probably a good bet. I don't think it gets better than that. Like if you like Florida, you should try to go find those 2.5s if they're still available. I do share some of the same sort of like. I guess with Florida, for example, you talked about Walter Clayton. It was really his numbers from the first year at Florida were very good, but it was really year 2 that he like totally took over and turned that Florida team into the contender, the championship team that they were last year. Like Xavier Lee's not going to do that, in my opinion. He was underwhelming to me last year, so I had very high hopes last year for that Princeton team, and they never really reached expectations. I think Lee is a good player, but this is kind of a step up for him. I don't know how he's going to handle the size of playing against these types of teams on a regular basis. Very crafty player. I think he'll be good. Fland obviously would be probably the one that would more or less take over the Clayton role. Where I think Arizona struggles in this one is up front. I don't think that's like I think that's probably how everyone's looking at this game. But I think Florida's size could overwhelm them. So for me, just based on where my number was, I was right around the 3.5, 4 range. When that dip, I kind of saw that dip to 2.5, and in my head, I said, well, I would probably play back at that. I didn't, but that's how I kind of looked at that one. So it would be a lean for me on Florida at 2.5. If it gets back up to 3.5 or 4, I don't think I have much interest in that game. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, what do we think about tempo? The tempo of this game is going to be played at Arizona. We know they like to play fast. Florida in the past has shown they're willing to do that. Obviously, first game of the year. Do we think? I mean, in terms of like a total, sure, I know totals aren't always your thing, but I think this game could be played at a pretty fast tempo.
I think Rob's our tempo guy, so I'll go to him.
Yeah, and I would agree, Brad. I mean, obviously, you need two hands to count the amount of times that Florida surpassed 90 last year, right? SEC play 90 up and down. Again, the question just becomes how cohesive they are on offense with the two guards, but I wouldn't play under here. I'll tell you that. There's always a case to be made for neutral site, different rims, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know about you guys, but it seems like every single one of these conference tournaments that gets played at one of the 5 Las Vegas venues is always an overdriven tournament. It's like they have the friendliest rims in the country in Las Vegas. So I would probably, like I said, I'm an over guy anyway, but this one they're asking you to get 82 aside. I just don't know that that's that difficult at the pace this game will be played. And one more thing I'll add is I don't think either coach will back down from what they do best, right? They're just going to go out there and do what they do. And Todd Golden has showed us he likes his team to run. Obviously, Tommy Lloyd, they run it one of the fastest tempos in the country. So over or nothing for me.
All right. Normally, this is where we'll just get into the free-for-all. That will be like the next 50 minutes of the show during the regular season. But we're going to do a second sort of feature game where we'll kind of go around the table and talk about the other half of the tip-off classic or the Hall of Fame series, just to call it the correct name, out in Las Vegas tonight. Rob, you said, about the crowd. I mean, it's going to be all BYU fans. They travel in droves to Vegas. That's an easy trip for them. And they are, this is for me, it's the more interesting of the two. Now, I'm curious to see if you guys put any stock into the exhibition games, because this was one where it's like Villanova looked good in their exhibitions. That being said, like if I didn't know that, and I looked at this Nova team on paper, I would say like this, I don't think this team is very good. They were kind of a team. I look at the roster and I'm just not that impressed. And then like, of course it's Kevin Willard. It's his first year there. I don't mind him as a coach, but like, to me, I feel like it's going to take him a year or two. Like, I don't see this team like winning in the Big East, but I think some people are like, well, they looked really good. I think they maybe played VCU and Virginia, going off memory, in their scrimmages and look good. So it's like, I don't think, my personal take is you shouldn't put much emphasis in any of these exhibitions that you saw, because teams are just, it's very preseason football-esque now with them even being televised. We used to have to like go into like message boards and see if we could get a score or a box score. Now they show them. I'm just wondering, is that so? Rob, have you what's your take on that? Do you feel like that's skewing like your way to look at these at all, or do you just totally ignore
it? Well, to each his own, right, Adam? But if you want to take the other side of the coin and talk about preseason games, nobody looked better than AJ DeBansta, the number one projected top 3 lottery pick in the NBA next year, brought in by BYU, who just lit up Nebraska for 30 in a preseason game. So BYU's an interesting case here, guys, because they've come from nowhere the last 2 years under Kevin Young. This will be his second year into the NIL era and into we're going to be, let's use Gonzaga as kind of the example for BYU, right? Just to make a comp. Gonzaga's a school that generally is always there, but not a Power 5 school. BYU, I know they're in the Big 12, but you just don't regard them as an Elite 8 capable team every single year. Now you almost have to. They bring in, as I mentioned, AJ DeBansta, but also Xavier Staten, 7-foot center from Las Vegas, be home in front of the home folks here tonight. But the interesting thing about these two guys is that Staten left his high school to go play for Utah Prep where he played alongside of DeBance the last year. So these two guys already know each other's games for a full year. Two rookies coming in, but they know each other extremely well. And you tack that onto Adam. You talked about not being high on Xavier Lee as a point guard out of Princeton, middle of the road. I'd give the opposite response to Robert Wright from Baylor being BYU's point guard now, a veteran leader who I think can be explosive. Richie Saunders comes back. I mean, this team, Kiba Keita comes back. It's team's loaded, to say it mildly. And I don't know that Villanova can keep up here. You know, if they were fully healthy, guys, and they're not, Villanova's got some injuries. Villanova's got some questions. Who's going to be our three-point shooter? Can we get a consistent inside scorer? Those types of things that have to be worked out at the beginning of the year on top of playing Kevin Willard's new system. So I think BYU probably puts a stamp on their brand immediately here tonight against Villanova. Again, we'll talk about crowd because it was funny. I was reading an article where Tommy Lloyd was saying, boy, I hope the BYU fans pile in early and add to our Arizona fans and give us even more of a crowd edge. The BYU, just as somebody who's lived in Las Vegas, the Mormon edge in that particular city is huge. They always fill Las Vegas venues. I like the BYU side, guys. You know what? I should take a look. And while Brian's giving his analysis, I'll take a look at the BYU team total here because I don't know that Villanova, even if it's in the game plan to try and slow them down, BYU is so efficient. I think their team total might get over the number here.
That's interesting you say that, Rob, because I was thinking in terms of the game, I was looking at just the game total, and I was thinking it looked a little high. I mean, I think Villanova's up against it here. You mentioned, and that's what I'd heard as well, that Villanova's dealing with some injuries. They entered this game a little bit banged up. Now, BYU could score. Well, they were top 15 in the country, points per possession. You mentioned Saunders. He shot the three at an astronomical rate. I think it was 43% last year. So it's interesting that you isolate because I do think BYU won't have much trouble scoring. I think Villanova's going to have a lot of problems scoring, though, in this game. To me, I look at 153.5. I don't know if BYU might get theirs, but I don't know if Villanova's going to get theirs. To me, I would look at Villanova's team total under because to me, I think BYU covers the spread, but I don't think the game gets over 153.5. So that's the way I would look at it here. I just think this is a very, very tough opening matchup here for the Wildcats.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm high on BYU. Unfortunately, it seems like everyone else is as well. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, they've been great non-conference each of the last 2 years. Rob mentioned the last 2 years what they've done. It's been great. It's been great. I remember 2 years ago. I mean, they're non-conference. Their point differential in the non-conference 2 seasons ago, BYU was out of this world. I remember you and I were talking about that in Encore at Encore. Trick, as a matter of fact.
And it's just to talk about like Brian and I were in Las Vegas one time a couple of years ago, and I just like casually drove to Salt Lake City for a minor league baseball game. He couldn't believe it, and I was like, "It's really not that far. It's a nice drive." And that's essentially what Provo is actually a little bit closer, so that's essentially the drive.
That's so true.
I was going to say, if you want to know Adam Trigger, ladies and gentlemen, that story is pretty much it. Hang out in Las Vegas, and hey, VP, I'm going to go to a minor league game, and I'm going to go to a minor league baseball game tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to lay here in bed and feel like death warmed over, but go get on with your bad self, buddy.
I changed my flight from Vegas to Salt Lake to go home just because the Salt Lake Bees were playing and I could fit it into my schedule. And I dumped my rental car and then told them that there was flooding in Las Vegas, and that's why I needed to fly out of the other airport, and they didn't charge me for the drop fee. So that was very nice of them. So it would have been like another $160.
Take a note of that, chat room. Take a note of how to get out of
But at any rate, in terms of this game, so this was one that we got into it on Twitter. I was looking, I have so many notes here, poorly organized, that my number was actually like 9.5. And so even, I saw some other people say like, well, I've got the number much lower than that. The number I made for this one was 9.5, BYU minus 9.5. So I advised someone on Twitter. I was like, hey, if you like BYU, you should probably grab the 7.5 now. Rob, what are we looking at for a current line in this game? Is it still 7.5?
It's 9.5, Adam.
It's 9.5 now. Okay, so it's just
Well, and
Right.
I just noticed too, because I saw that question come when you were talking about the line. Trig, Circa's already moved to 10, which is probably
that's
notable.
see, like that sounds about right to me. Like the thing is, like, could Villanova see? This is the tough part about a lot of these games. Could Villanova put in an effort, hang around, and cover that number? Yeah, of course they could. But like, would I ever want to bet on that? Looking at this Villanova roster, new coach, the fact that it's like, and this is going to be my answer to a lot of these games today. I kind of want to see them play first, right? I kind of want to see one. It's why I'm not going to come out and I have 20 plus opinions, but like that I feel pretty good about. But this is why I'm only going to end up with like one or two bets because there's so many of them where I'm just like, you know what? I kind of want to see one first. That's how I feel about Villanova. Now, I do think Askew is going to be out for Nova. He's the transfer from Long Beach State. I don't think that matters a ton. I think he's more like they have other guys that can come in and take those minutes. But I mean, he was a projected starter probably for them. So that's just something to note. I lean BYU at the current number. It's an easy pass for me. But again, if you were following me on Twitter, I did say that I did like that game at 7.5 last week. So maybe some of you got on that. All right, we have 40 minutes for the free for all. So let's get right into it. Colin Gregory is one of my guys from he watched Total Bases every day. Great contributor to the chat and the another thing that was great about the Total Bases show that hopefully we can keep going here is the show comments. So if you watch the replay on YouTube, drop a comment, maybe even a like, maybe even subscribe to the channel. But also, it's a great way for us to talk hoops with you guys after the show. So we'll be in there. If you have a question you want answered or a comment, drop it on the show. One of the three of us will try to get in there. I try to get in and answer as many as I can. And so, again, if we don't hit your game here, maybe we can hit it in the comment section on the YouTube channel. But Colin always puts great stuff in there. So shout out to Colin. He says, Colin, let me move. Hold on a second. Let me can I shut this comment off? I mean, I got my Bonnie zip up on here. Got to make sure that you can see that in the screen. He says, are we on the Bonnies early? And I was close. I was trying. This is another thing where it's like, I'd like to see one because I think St. Bonaventure is going to be better than they were last year. Big reason. Mark Schmidt is likely to play more than 6 guys a game, even though it's not something he definitely likes to keep his rotation tighter, but last year was just ridiculous. He was playing 6 guys a game toward the end of the season. They got tired. Like, honestly, if you go back to last season, there was games where St. Bonaventure played a fantastic first half against a very good team like a VCU or like a good team in the A-10, and they just had nothing in the second half because they were basically playing 6 guys. Now, this team, I don't know if this team is necessarily more like better than last year's team, but like when I look at the roster, they should be able to go 8 or 9 deep. And I just really like Mark Schmidt as a coach. I love what Woj and the program is doing. I have Mallory's cousin's an athlete right now at St. Bonaventure. She has multiple family members that played sports at St. Bonaventure. So I just like where the program is going in general. And I like Schmidt, to me, when I rate out coaches, he's at the top of the list. So the reason I couldn't get to the window with this here was a couple of reasons. One, and I'll go to Rob to see his take because I know he probably has a Bradley take here. But like, one, the number was kind of where I thought it would be. Even at 2.5, now it's 1.5. I kind of expected it to open in the 2 to 3 range. It did. I see St. Bonaventure's taking a little bit of a money. I agree with that personally. I made the number pick. But Wardle's a great coach too. Like, they're both, I almost feel like they're mirror images of each other with where they're at this year in terms of like trying to replace some guys from last year. Bradley's going to have to replace Dean. Rob, help me out. Who is their other sort of stud from last year that's gone? And you can take over if you want.
Real quick here, Adam. I just want to, because you guys are going to focus mostly on sides where I'll focus an awful lot on total. So let me just take a different approach here really quick. And I'm glad you brought Brian Wardle into the analysis there because my initial take was small play here on under. Brian Wardle's a guy who plays at snail's pace. St. Bonnie's not under Mark Schmidt is not going to play fast. You need total efficiency out of both offenses in a game like that. And I think the defenses are both too good to allow that. So you're looking at a number here. And I don't know, when you guys watch games, and I'm speaking to the chat as well, sometimes you don't realize how difficult it is to get to 140. Now, I know modern day basketball, a lot of these games are played up and down a lot more, but sometimes you watch these ones and you realize getting to 140 is not a picnic. And in the case of these two and their philosophies of their head coaches, 139 seems like an awful lot to me, guys. It opened 140. It has dropped to 139, 139 and a half, somewhere in there. So there's not a ton of movement on it, but it is a game that's coming up quickly here. So for me, it would be a slight play on the under. And I'm going to take one more thing that you said, Adam. We want to see these teams play a little bit. Therefore, and even when you see play recommendations from myself, at least early on, the amount bet on these games is going to be lessened early until we learn a little bit more. Don't run out there with these massive bets early on here. What we read, could come true. What we hear in interviews could come true. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you what, college basketball, more than anything, what you read, and believe me, I think the three of us read a ton of stuff, including, for myself, Blue Ribbon and everything else. Boy, you can get filled with thoughts that don't come true early on. Yeah. But for me, this game is an under. Brian, go ahead.
I was going to say, that was an excellent point, Rob, about not falling in love with what you're reading in the preseason. There's just to make an analogy with college football, there's obviously a very prominent magazine in college football that had your four major conference winners as Penn State, Texas, Clemson, and Baylor. I got news for you. None of those four teams are going to win their respective conferences. I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I'm just saying that, particularly in college sports now, you do have to, and I would absolutely echo Rob's sentiments. I'm sure Adam would as well, that you have to don't come out guns ablaze. And I know it's so tempting with 108 games on opening day. Just because you read it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Get those data points. Watch as much as you can early. These games, we were joking before. There's a lot of games on YouTube today. Don't need a subscription service for that one, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's not like it was 15, 20 years ago when you could come in super prepared. Here's the thing, you can come in prepared and beat numbers right now. You can come in prepared and you can probably read where the market's going to go and you can get your CLV and stuff like that. I think by making good numbers, but the problem is the event itself, the level of randomness is so high that it's if I were to be like, Brian, well, you could have +5 here. The market's going to go to 3. You'd be like, oh, I take +5. That sounds great. But then I tell you, but I have no idea what's going to happen over 40 minutes. So you're going to have a good number on this game, but it's going to be a free-for-all over 40 minutes. We have 7 new people on this roster, 9 new people on this roster, a new coach, guys that came from different programs who are learning a new system. It's so yeah, the thing was 15, 20 years ago, you came in and you were November, December is where you made your money in college basketball. That has completely changed with NIL transfers, stuff like that. What I like to see the first week, I kind of for example, I'll go to I was going to go to a game. I'm going to go to a different game and then I'll go to the next chat question, which is Akron, James Madison. But I already hedged out of a bet. I'm already 1-1. I'm already 1-1 because, and I'll just talk about my thought process. So we'll talk Utah Tech, South Dakota for a second. I came in to the season pretty high on the WAC. So it's I have a buddy down at Tarleton State. I go down once a year. I'll definitely be going down again this year. And I've gotten to know these WAC teams really good. And it's an interesting league this year because you have 7. There's only 7 teams in the league. They're about the WAC. Pour one out for the WAC. My guy at Pepsi right here. I'm not going to pour it on the floor of my house. But you know what? Pour one out for that league. It was a great league when we were growing up. Midnight games on Monday night. And it's been a good league for a long time. And I think we're finally going to see the WAC fold after this year. They're down to 7 teams. They are playing, I believe they are getting the NCAA tournament berth. They got an exemption to have one this year. You're supposed to have, I believe, 8 teams to get an NCAA tournament berth. But the reason I bring the WAC up is I think people are leaving this conference for dead because the conference is dead. But there are some really good teams still left that are, I think, going to now be underrated in non-conference play because people are well, it's the WAC. It's this league's, they're folding. They have no Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon left and went to the Mountain West. Seattle left and went to the WCC. And it's like, but there's still like 5 or 6 teams that are really good in a 7-team league that I'm interested in non-conference play. Now, Utah Tech is one of them. And this is where it comes into, like, you can read all sorts of stuff, but it's like, so South Dakota, for example, one of the reasons I wanted to go against them was I read that they were very, very banged up in their exhibitions. And that was just a week ago. And now I'm kind of hearing some mixed things that, like, a lot of those guys are going to be back. So I had initially played Utah Tech plus 2.5. I saw the possibility of the market sort of going toward South Dakota. And then with the fact that, like, some of those guys might be back, I said, you know what? I'm off of it. So I still lean Utah Tech there for the one person in the chat that might want to hear about this game. I lean toward Utah Tech, but I hedged off because I just, like, I thought I had a handicap there where maybe some guys would be out for South Dakota. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And I just don't feel like I know enough to now be confident keeping that bet. So I decided to get off of it. With that being said, if the market moves like the way I think it might, and all of a sudden Utah Tech's 4 or 5, I think you can take a shot with Utah Tech at 4 or 5. But that's just a good example of, like, trying to be realistic about what you think you know. I think we know less than we think we do at this point, regardless of how, like, prepped we are. And I think that's a good example of it. Enough of me rambling for a second. Brian, if you want to follow up to that, you can. But also, I want to go to you because we have a question about Akron JMU. You are our MAC. I'll be the MAC MAAC guy, but you're the MAC guy, the Mid-American Conference. You have a good beat on Akron. One of the best times I've ever had at a basketball game was with you at the Jar when we went to Akron a couple of years ago. So talk to me about Zips James Madison. How are you seeing this one?
Yeah, so look, Akron, they're the deserved preseason favorites to win the MAC. They've obviously won it the last 2 years, back-to-back NCAA tournament appearances. This is a team that was top 40 in offensive efficiency last year. Like I said, they're the deserved preseason favorites. They project as the best team in the conference, both ends of the floor coming into the year. Tavari Johnson led the team in assists, scored 13.8 points per game last year, 39% three-point shooting. The one interesting thing, though, with Akron, where I think there's a bit of an unknown, is the entire MAC played more up-tempo than usual last year, guys, particularly Akron. This was a team that, typically had not played at a fast tempo in previous seasons. And now they're facing a James Madison team. This was a team that was outside the top 300 in total possessions per game. So I look at this. I don't want to lay it with Akron here, but I look at the under as possibly a good buy. I know Rob, is someone who is going to be taking a look more at totals than us. But, if you forced me to make a bet on this game, I would look to the under because I'm not convinced Akron is going to play at the pace at which we saw last year, again this year against JMU. And of course, and as I just said, JMU was not a team that played fast at all. So possessions could be limited in this one.
All right, we're going to try to we'll try to get through the chat questions and the other games, just kind of bouncing around. So I'm going to go to Rob because I know he's got, so Lake Show Magazine says Omaha first half was a money maker last season, and Omaha in general was a money maker last season. That was an awesome team that kind of came out of, I don't know if they came out of nowhere, but certainly as a guy that's not super Summit League dialed like some other people are, they kind of came out of nowhere to me. Now they're coming into the season with some expectations, Rob, and they're going to run into a good Murray State team. This is a day game. I believe this is the first of 3 out in South Dakota as part of their leg of the Field of 68 opening day sort of marathon. So let's go to you, Murray State, Omaha.
Yeah, and Adam, I know you and I had a discussion a couple of weeks ago where I was just randomly giving you a couple of my thoughts as far as totals are concerned. And one of the things I generally look for are coaching changes that result in tempo changes. And we have that in spades here with Murray State. Steve Prom out, Ryan Miller in. For those who don't know, Ryan Miller was an assistant on the Creighton staff under Steve Prom last year. Murray State slowed it down tremendously. I think when I looked it up last night, they were sub 300 in tempo ratings from KenPom. Now you go to Ryan Miller, who is telling anybody that'll listen, that they're going to play fast. They're going to play Creighton-style basketball for what it's worth. It's going to be up-tempo. He wants to go quick. He wants to push pace. And you run into an Omaha team that scored 80-plus offensively in 15 of their last 17, and that team returns quite a bit. And that actually, as Adam said, is projected by many to finish number one in the Summit. So you have a fast-paced Omaha team running into a team in transition or transitioning their styles, which is Murray State. Murray State went out in their, I think it was their initial preseason game, and scored 75, which is an upgrade for them. The bettors have gotten to this number because it's an early game, right? I think it went from 40. In fact, you know what? Let me just get to the odds logic screen real quick here. And for those of you, shameless plug, if you're going to bet these games every single day and you want to have the quickest availability to line moves as they happen, injuries, et cetera, go ahead and visit WagerTalk.com, and you can pick up a free trial, 7-day free trial for Odds Logic. I'm sure once you have it, you won't want to go back. Murray
100%.
State right now, guys, side and total here, 4.5, some 5s. Game total is going up from 147.5 up to 151.5 in some venues. You shop the best of the number. That's the best we could tell you, because these, when you're staring at 24 different books, you're going to find line variance. So go ahead and shop for the best number. But for me, I got in here on this total. And I think it's going to be a quickly played game. I think that, you know, the Nebraska-Omaha side knows what they do best. Murray State's going to do what they do best. And, you know, a lot of times when we talk tempo, guys, I think the initial thought is, well, that means your offense is better. But I use this correlation to football a lot of times too. When you play fast-paced, open-floor basketball games, and in the case of Murray State, when it's your initial game changing to that system, it just leads to a lot of lost assignments on the defensive end, right? The less structured the game is, the more apt you are to make a defensive mistake. And I think Murray State might fall into that category here against this team that knows what they're doing on offense. So for me, and Missouri Valley is, because my oldest went to Belmont, is kind of a league that I follow. I think Murray State's going to be a team that we can get on here where totals are concerned. But as I mentioned, you know, the betting market isn't dumb, guys, if you haven't realized. And they have pushed this one up. I still think there's wiggle room to get up and over 151.
Better plug this in before my computer dies. Didn't realize it wasn't plugged in right there. That was, I just want to say one thing about Odds Logic. Someone in the chat says, well, if Odds Logic won me a bet, I would pay for it, but it hasn't. Listen, Odds Logic is not going to win you a bet. You have to win the bet. But what Odds Logic is going to do, if you have your books organized appropriately, like I'm looking at right now, is going to tell you that St. Bonaventure is going to be a favorite, and you're going to have time to go bet that at another book where it's still plus 1.5, and that's essentially what's going on right now. The Bonnies, a lot of places have already moved to minus. No, now they flip to a favorite. It's still been hanging out there at plus 1.5 at other books. That's what Odds Logic's going to do for you, not win you a bet. But let me tell you something, like being able to sort of get ahead of that is, you know, that's the game. And, you know, it's, you have to sort of know where you want to go. But for people that are actually trying to do this, I feel like you have to have that screen open. It's invaluable in my opinion. So that is, in my opinion, the advantage to having an odd screen up. And for the money, Odds Logic, I mean, it says, in my opinion, it's as good as a lot of these other ones that charge exponentially more. So why would you not go with the better bang for your buck? That'll be my Odds Logic promo. Cody Butler, as we continue to move on through the games here, he wants to know about Arkansas State. And we just happen to have an Ohio Bobcat here on the panel, which is Brian Power, Ohio graduate. So I will, and now I'm like, my brain is fried. I have to make sure that is in fact who Ohio and Arkansas State is playing Ohio, right?
Yes, they will be visiting A-Town.
So I'm going to go over to you right now. Arkansas State, A-Town being Athens, Ohio. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
yes.
Take it away.
The best Athens, and the real OU, of course, too. No, look, here's the deal with Ohio U. What they bring Jackson Paveleski back. He's one of the MAC's best players, okay? But two areas of concern for me, guys, with the Bobcats coming into the year. This was not a good offensive rebounding team last season, nor were they very good at defending the three. They're going to have to shore those two issues up. So, we talk about looking at where the money is moving so far. Money's coming in on the dog. I could see why maybe that's attracted some of you. There's also money coming in on the over here. Slight leans. I actually would look to fade the alma mater here, Trig. I would maybe consider taking the points with Arkansas State. I also do think, look, this total's kind of gotten a little bit away from you if you haven't already gotten it. I mean, you look at a number of 159, 159 and a half. This is the first game of the season. A lot of things got to go right. Rob talked about how hard it is to get over a number of 140 early, and people don't think that's that hard. Well, how about getting over 159 and a half? That seems a little hard. I am concerned about OU and their, but then again, guys, and feel free to share your thoughts on this. When you look at 3-point variance is so much, right? If we could all predict 3-point variance, we'd be millionaires when it comes to betting college basketball, right? So there is an argument, well, OU didn't defend the three well, Ohio didn't defend the three well last year. Does that improve this year? I suppose there is an argument that, yes, it does. But I don't know. You forced me to make a pick here. I would actually bet against a place that treated me very well from 1998 to 2002, Trig. And I would take the points with Arkansas State against my alma mater, Ohio University.
All right, I am gonna. Before we get back to the chat, I'm actually gonna give one. I'm gonna give a client play out on the show, and I'm going to lock in. This will be my parlay leg for the parlay, but this is also going to be a 3%er, and that's what I am trying to lock in right now. So. I told you I follow the whack, and and it looks like Freddie Hicks is going to be allowed to play for Tarleton State. Now, I know that this was something that was maybe reported a couple of days ago, but he is in and he is playing tonight. And that, to me, in a game where it was already like, listen, I already like this Tarleton State team. I think they have a lot of of talent relative to their league. Dior Johnson, guy that started at Pitt, ended up at UCF. He's now there. So the fact that Hicks was he's been, so just to make an Arkansas State parallel, Freddie Hicks was the best player on Tarleton, one of the best players in the conference. He goes to Arkansas State for a year, doesn't work out. He comes back last year and would have easily been their best player. If he was healthy all year, he would have easily been their best player all year. He would have probably been one of the best players in that league, but he really dealt with injury. I believe that's part of the reason he's able to play, because I think he played so few games last year that he maybe got some extra eligibility out of that. Because I think he only played maybe 5 or 6 games total. So the fact that he's going to be able to play with a Tarleton squad that I think has a lot to like on the team in addition to him. The whole Billy Gillespie thing blew over. It was a non-issue. He's back at the helm. His teams play hard. You're going to give me 21.5 points, which is where a lot of these plays. So you'll shop around. DraftKings still at 21.5. Looks like 365 is still at 21.5. Some of these are going to go. Some of these are trending back toward 20.5. I believe that's where this opened. That's just a big number for a team that I think could be scrappy. Gillespie's teams are typically play a little bit slower. They're defensive teams. And Hicks, one thing about Freddie Hicks is when he is on the court, that dude draws as many fouls as anyone in the country. He lives at the free throw line, one of the highest free throw rates of any player in college basketball the last couple of years. And I just think if you can do that in a game with a 21-point spread, you have a good chance to be on the right side of 21.5 points. So that's a 3%er for me, and I will make that the leg of the parlay that I'm going to contribute. Tarleton State plus 21.5. Yeah, that's a play. I just put it out for clients, and I'm just jotting it down. I still think 21.5s are available. You might see 21s, 20.5s, but you should be able to get 21.5 somewhere. So yeah, that is one of my plays, and we'll lock that in for. Say again.
How generous of you right there. And just another reason to tune in to this show each and every morning. We should point out we are here each and every morning 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. Everyone will be with you all college basketball season. And yes, there you go. Trig giving you a
and shout out Rowdy Rhymes. Rowdy Rhymes in the chat. Love his content. And if he likes it, that makes me like it even more. So,
okay.
Yeah, he feels like 21 points is too much. And yeah, I mean, listen, SMU clearly clear. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and do a breakdown of like what team's better. It's obviously SMU, but you talk about a team that could potentially slow it down enough or just like make the game ugly. Why not 21.5 points? Oh, Ethan. Love this. Boots on the ground for Colgate MSU. Ethan, Brian Power and I will be in town next weekend for Michigan State, Arkansas. So we'll have to know if your boots are on the ground for that. Maybe we can meet up. We're going to be going to a couple games in the Ohio, I guess, area. I just like casually was like, oh, we'll go to East Lansing. It's right around the corner. Brian's like, well, it's actually 2 hours away, but we're going to make it work. We're going to go to Toledo during the day and Michigan State at night. So hopefully we can meet up with you. That's also my goal. As I go around to these different games, like we'll be in Ohio this weekend. If you're like around and you like want to go to a game, like hit me up. I might be able. I don't know about that one because that's like 2 top 25 teams, probably a sellout. But like when we're at like Toledo and Bowling Green and stuff like that, hit us up. Well, Brian, right? Like we probably at the games we've gone to together, we've probably met quite a few people at this point.
Oh yeah,
someone came to Akron with us.
Yes, that's one of the great things about going to these. People obviously know that I always go to the Guardians Day games throughout the year. I've met people have come up to me when I've been standing there. We've talked and stuff, so it's great. I always love meeting people when I'm at these games. But yeah, so Saturday we're a double shot. Trig, you and I is the plan. Toledo during the day, Michigan State at night, to help promote Full Court Press.
Yeah, hopefully we get our WagerTalk offices are up in where the video people are up in Detroit. So maybe we'll get some of the WagerTalk folks out for that one. It'll be a good time regardless. But Rob, I'm going to start this one off and throw a little Colgate, angle here. But then talk to me about Michigan State a little bit, and if you see this one the same way at all. So Colgate is in my backyard. I live in Central New York. The Colgate campus is about 30 minutes from my house. If they're going to go to like anything that somewhat resembles a city, it's probably Oneida. Hamilton is in the middle of nowhere, like completely in the middle of nowhere. Great little town though. Very, very cool little town. That's where Colgate is. So I get down to a lot of Colgate games. I follow the program closely, and I feel like even Langle's better teams have not played up to this spot very well. I actually listed them out on Twitter a few days ago. I'm not going to be able to find it, but I'll do it off the top of my head. Like I'm going to throw last year out for Colgate because I think that was one of the worst teams he's had in the last maybe like 5. Well, it was, you had a Colgate mini dynasty that won the Patriot League every single year, went to the NCAA tournament. Last year's team was clearly not that. So I'm going to go back to the previous couple of years, and you have non-conference games similar to this one. Was like Auburn, where they got crushed. Illinois, they got crushed. Texas in the NCAA tournament beat them pretty big. So like, to me, they get respect because you're going to see a lot of previews have them winning the Patriot League again this year. And I think they're getting too much respect in the line. I make this sort of mid-20s. And when it opened, which I think was like earlier today or last night, it was only like 20.5 or 21. So I think Colgate might be at a disadvantage in a spot like this against a big team. Historically, they have not played good when they go super up to play the elite teams in non-conference play. And I think collectively the Patriot League is very down. So I'll let whoever wants to chime in, Michigan State or Colgate, give me the Michigan State point of view here for this one.
I'll go real quick here, Adam. Just scrolling the the odds logic to try and get the exact number on it right now. But I think, to me, as somebody who doesn't have a play on the game, the handicap is sort of simplistic here. First of all, let's just start with the flawed part of Michigan State, or the perceived flawed part to start the season, which would be the backcourt. Lost a ton of backcourt capability. And of course, teams like Michigan State reload, but we talked about it earlier with, I think, the Florida side, the cohesiveness in an NIL era tends to take some time or sometimes it jumps right off the page and works. So that's hard to predict. But what's not hard to predict is when you have a Colgate team that's going to start basically 4 guards and wings against a Michigan State team that's extremely large, the rebounding edge, the inside scoring edge. And I would even point out for a Tom Izzo team, likely the defensive edge. You know, if Colgate's going to score here, it's going to be perimeter type scoring. I'm not sure that Colgate would ever get into a fast break game with Michigan State because they'd lose that battle as well. So the scoring on the Colgate side is going to be pretty difficult if we just use Tom Izzo's defensive philosophy as an example here. You have a bigger team that's going to defend a team that needs to shoot from the perimeter really well. Unless Michigan State's perimeter defense is in complete breakdown tonight, or unless Colgate has some type of game plan devised to constantly get open shots and open looks, I wouldn't think that they score extremely high in this game. And again, I stopped searching there just to scroll for the total. Either of you guys see that total in front of you? I want to look here real quick. Board is so large. Colgate.
I know this is while you look for that, this is a Monday through Friday show, and like we'll almost never, you know, it's a weekday show 5 days a week. We're going to be here in this same time slot, 10 a.m. Monday through Friday. We'll almost never have 100 plus games on a weekday. So I think this will go much smoother, like when there's like 30 games, 40 games. But yeah, the board is massive today, and I have totally lost my spot.
144 and a half. 144 and a half.
Hey, thank you, Brian. I mean, I'm on my third scrolling here. To me, 144 and a half is just a little excessive here. I don't know that Tom Izzo is a guy who runs up scores. I could see something in the 78 to 60 vicinity, 78 to 56 vicinity, which keeps you well under. So for me, just off of basic simplistic handicap, it would be a game under. Real quick, guys, if you'll allow me to, I'm just going to jump real fast to something that's, you know, close and sort of in my backyard, so to speak. Not that I live geographically near it, but the Belmont Bruins take on Air Force today. And Belmont, obviously, they come in with the same fingerprint that they have every single year. It's a great three-point shooting team. Casey Alexander is going to run. They have a huge advantage tonight. This game's bumped from 14 to 15 and a half, but there's an interesting story behind Tyler Lundblade, the Belmont top three-point shooter, a guy that Casey Alexander calls the best three-point shooter that Belmont's ever had, which is high praise considering the players that they've had. But Belmont walks in here with a superior backcourt, superior shooting. Air Force is a team in complete and total transition. Last I read, and it's not always the easiest thing to find in-depth articles on the Air Force Academy. But I happened to find one where Joe Scott said he's still searching for starting pieces, rotational pieces. Like they don't even know where they're at this point in time. And you're going to walk into a place I'm somewhat familiar with, the Michael Curb Center in Nashville, Tennessee, and take on Belmont. And you're just probably going to get the lights shot out on you. Air Force is a team that wants to shoot threes. It's really all they do, searching for players that can do it as we speak. So for me, 15 and a half, the way Belmont can score, margin can be created pretty easily by that team and in spurts. I think minus 15 and a half might be a pretty decent side with Belmont tonight as Air Force struggles to figure out exactly who they're going to play 1 through 7, 1 through 8, whatever it may end up being.
I got to agree with you there. Air Force is going to be one of the worst teams in I mean, I know the Mountain West is not exactly a power conference. You know, it's kind of in that next tier. I guess I would put it in the tier below the power leagues. Yeah. Which, you know, it's kind of like the A10. Like it's still a pretty big league, and they're going to probably be the worst team in any somewhat major league. People call those mid majors. That's the Mountain West and the A10 really are not mid majors in my opinion. Like I went to a mid major. Sienna's a mid major. I guess we might need to redefine what mid major is, what low major is. But the point is, I still look at the Mountain West with teams that contend for, the San Diego States of the world, the Boise's, the New Mexicos. Those are teams that leagues that are going to put 3-4 teams in the NCAA tournament is not really a mid major league. Yep. This is going to be one of the worst teams, maybe the worst team in any league like that. And then you talk about, Ethan Taylor last year was the guy that bailed them out. they were so bad last year, but at least he could like single-handedly bail them out a lot of times. And to not have him there now is just I'm with you, Rob. I don't see how Air Force. It is just a rough scenario for them, in my opinion. I want to go back to a game. I'm going to go to you, Brian. I'll cue this one up. But do we have can we get a Coppin State, Maryland number right now? Where is the number?
State, Maryland. I was going to add one thing to Air Force, just a little pro tip.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
it's tough to fit tall guys in those airplanes. Remember, that's a problem. So when you have to field a basketball team, remember that about Air Force, gang. That they're at a disadvantage from the start. Tell you what, that's why I never joined the Air Force, Rob. They don't like tall guys. Let's see, Coppin State and Maryland. Yes, right now that is 28.5 with a total of 138.5. So odds makers are not expecting a lot of points from the underdog in that one.
Yeah. So what I was going to say about Coppin, and if you want to follow up on the Maryland side, like I had responded to someone on Twitter about this one. So this game is actually it's on a neutral court, but it's like it used to be the Royal Farms Arena. I know it's like called something else now, but it's that neutral court in Baltimore. They're
CFG
also
Bank.
playing CFG Bank. They're also playing the Towson Loyola game there after that. But like, so someone asked me about this one on Twitter last week. I actually made Maryland minus 29.5 here. I thought this was going to open in the 23 to 24 range. It looks like it actually opened in like the 28.5, 28.5 range, which I think the books got correct. I think Coppin State's going to be one of the worst teams in Division I. Now, I did hear Maryland might be missing some guys. I don't know if anyone's heard anything about that. But like my question for you, Brian, is will it even matter? Are they, can they name their score?
I don't think I've ever laid 28.5 points. I don't want to do that. I think what happens is if you twisted my arm to make a play on this, I would look at the under, right? Because I think we can all envision a scenario where Maryland's up big, and guess what's going to happen? It's a neutral setting, and guess what's going to happen late? Okay, we don't have to worry about free throws. The pace is going to die. It is a low total, but again, Rob brought it up earlier in the show. Getting to 140, not as easy as you think, guys. We're at 138.5. I see the unders taking some money, actually, at some sharper books. I would lean towards the under in this scenario. I'll just get this out right now, too, for my leg of the parlay. There's a lot of totals I was looking at. There's a lot of numbers that have really gotten away. Particularly, man, I mean, how about that total in the Ohio State game, guys? My God, they're betting the over like they already know the final score. But the one game that I like the over is Hofstra UCF. This is one game where I actually think the total, I'm going to punch back at the market a little bit. That number's come down. And at 140.5, I would go over. So mark that down, Trig, for my leg of the three-legged parlay over Hofstra UCF. And guys, we also... This is a college basketball show, but don't forget, of course, if you're watching Monday Night Football as well tonight, I can't speak for these two gentlemen. I know I do have a Monday Night Football bet on the board at WT.buzz/BP. Coming off a 4-1 weekend in football. I feel it should have been better, Rob. All my teaser legs, I didn't need to tease any of them, it turned out. And then, of course, my top play was Houston, where C.J. Stroud gets decapitated in the second quarter, and then Houston's offense. I had money on Davis Mills, unfortunately, for more than a half, and that's just not something you want to be. But it was still a 4-1 weekend in football. You'll obviously take that any weekend. So go over, check that Monday Night Football bet out. Of course, we've got the Ultimate Football Pass available for any of the three of us right now, where you can get all the football picks for the remainder of the season, just $35 per week.
Yeah, I got to listen. I told the producers and our staff that I do my best to keep this show to an hour, and I promise I will do that going forward. But like, we're gonna go over by like a minute or two today. There's a trillion games. I'm gonna go to Rob for his parlay leg in a second, and we'll give him a second to get that ready. I want to answer Fixer's question. Are we still on Sienna? Are you going to the game? I'm assuming you're wagering on that game. So I actually was going to go to this game. Now I'm not. I'm gonna go 2 Mondays from now. They host Colgate. I will be at that game. I am going. I passed on going to this one, so I could go to games all weekend with Brian in the Ohio area. So that's when I'll be hitting games this weekend. Toledo, Bowling Green, and Michigan State in the span of about 24 hours. So that'll be fun. Are we still on Siena? So this is like the conundrum for me about betting a lot of these opening night games. I think Siena's going to absolutely destroy Bryant. So Bryant's head coach, Jamion Christian, was the Siena head coach for a year. The one thing even though he bounced after a year to take the George Washington job, he did get us Jalen Pickett. So I'll give him credit for that. He graced our program with Jalen Pickett, which obviously, as you know, not many NBA players coming out of Siena College. And of course, he went on to play at Penn State. But the thing is with him, he was been out of coaching. He went over to Italy to coach for a few years. He comes back. He gets the Bryant job. I think he'll be fine there, like long term. I think he'll put together a decent program there.
Welcome into the opening line report. Kelly Stewart here. Monday morning. I hope you guys enjoyed that extra hour of sleep. I needed a Teddy back from a wedding weekend, and I think I should be wearing my glasses to cover up some of these bags underneath my eyes. Yesterday's NFL was good for me. CJ Stroud injury, not so great. Denver Broncos offense was exactly what I said. We're going to get into what did we learn over the weekend. Monday Night Football, you've got a video up right now on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Arizona Cardinals, no Kyler Murray at the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and of course, as I'm trying to do it almost every week now, make sure that the Monday night video up for everyone over at YouTube. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel so you get instant alerts every time these videos go live. We have nearly 250,000 of you. I've already done it. We appreciate the likes. We appreciate the follows. But subscribe makes all the difference. Check out that video right now on YouTube. And it'll be on. I'm not even sure if I posted on my homepage yet. It'll be posted on my homepage in the not too distant future if it isn't there already.
Awesome. We've got maybe a couple emergency betting alerts. I've got my odds logic screen open, ready to look at some of these opening numbers, Teddy. But first, before we get into NFL Week 10, what did we learn in NFL Week number 9?
Well, we had more Survivor carnage, Kel, with the Packers and the Lions both losing straight up. The two biggest favorites on the board both went bye-bye. So after a long period of time in which we were losing not much of the field every week, we lost most of the Survivor field 2 weeks ago. We lost most of them again yesterday. So if you still have a live Survivor ticket somewhere, you're live. Week underdogs, 8-5 ATS, 8-4 against the spread yesterday. We didn't see the dog cover on Thursday Night Football, but yesterday was a good day for the dogs. 7-6 to the over this past week. And the big news for me is that I suck, which is certainly a very frustrating conclusion to come to. But I mean, I can't sugarcoat it, Kel. I've had bad weeks. I've had bad runs. I've been in Vegas since 1998. I don't remember a run as bad as this one. You know, it's been since the beginning of October that I haven't done anything right in the NFL. And out of 31 WagerTalk cappers, 30 of them are ranked above me in NFL right now over the last 30 days. So that's a little bit disconcerting and a little bit frustrating for this bettor. And by a little bit, I mean a freaking lot.
Well, let's talk about that, Teddy, right? I was not doing so well myself. Then I got a nice 4-1 week. How do you either take that bad week and figure it out, or how do I take this little bit of momentum that I have and carry it forward?
So it's one thing it was a bad week, and I talk about it all the time. You know, we're going to have bad weeks. We're going to have weeks where things don't go right. And that's inevitable when you do this. When you start talking about a bad month, I mean, this is my job, all right? My number one job is don't bury your clients. And when you're dead last in the NFL over a month, you buried your clients. And that's me not doing So this past week, I did exactly what you're not supposed to do. You know, I went back and forth. I struggled. I got out of my normal routine. I released late. And end up everything that I thought about doing, the things that I should have done and the plays that I probably should have had ended up winning, and the stuff that I thought about it too long and went over in my head too long ended up, I cashed with Atlanta yesterday, so I didn't get one win out of the day, but it wasn't a winning weekend. It wasn't a winning day. But when you talk about an extended stretch, not a week, not 2 weeks, this has been a month now where I haven't lived up to the expectations that I expect to be at. So what do you do then? I tried shaking things up last week. That made it worse, not better. So what I do? Yeah, last night I was pissed off and was out, kicking holes in walls and that sort of thing. This morning, I decided that the better thing to do right now, and I went through and did my work. That's what I do. Go through all the games, update your power ratings. It's what I have to do. And then and that's one of the things I love about this show is that it forces me, good or bad, come down to earth, get ready for this show. But when you're struggling for a month, you got to look at some macro issues. And I think that's my bigger issue, is not the minutia. It's the macro issues. This is the type of bet we look for in September. This is the type of bet we look for in October. This is the type of bet we look for in November now. And I just haven't been paying attention to the macro piece of the equation, I think, enough. And it's getting me on some wrong sides.
All right, let's look at this macro as a whole. NFL Week 10, Teddy. We're going to start off Thursday Night Football. We're going to do a couple emergency betting alerts, and we're going to break down this card in an extensive fashion. I've always got my pen and paper ready because I have learned so much from the show. So like the comment section says, Teddy, don't beat yourself up so much. It's just been kind of one of those weird years where last couple of weeks it was really chalky. So I went basically all dogs and the one against the square dog last week, and it did not work out well for me. The Raiders are now headed to Denver. That was a game I got to watch yesterday at the airport, headed home on. I kind of wanted to cheer for the tie. I really did, just because I think ties are funny. But I knew Pete Carroll, he's the type of coach, he's going to go for two. And it ultimately cost them the game. Not really, it cost them the tie. What do you take from that game versus the Jags, and how does it carry over into this defensive matchup on Thursday night?
Sure. Well, let's talk about it. The Raiders and the Broncos Thursday Night Football. Vegas off a bye and then a loss in overtime, and now traveling on a short week up to the Mile High Air. Well, look-ahead line here. There was some variance. There were 10s and 9.5s in the look-ahead line last week. 43 was the total. My powering number has Denver minus 11. The markets open 9.5, 42.5 last night. And that's exactly what we're seeing today. 9.5, 42s mostly out there now. There is a couple of stray 42.5s. If you like the under, find one of them now. There's not enough of them for me to emergency betting alert it because I don't think there's that many out there. But if you see a stray 42.5 and you like the under, bet that sooner rather than later. The market's already at 42 and 41.5s popping up. I mean, the Raiders, it was Geno Smith's best game of the year by far. He threw 4 touchdown passes. But we talk about complimentary football. Good teams, when they get the best game of the year out of their offense, their defense can get a stop. As for the Raiders, the defense got gashed for 26 first downs and 30 points. And that included a goal, first and goal from the one possession where they got an interception against Trevor Lawrence. So it was the offense stepped up, the defense got gashed, the opposite of complimentary football. And of course, the way to lose, the difference in the game, let's not forget the game went to OT because they missed an extra point. And because the Jags kicked a 68-yard field goal, the longest in NFL history. Pete Carroll, quote, "I feel for these guys in the locker room. Man, it pisses me off. The all-time longest field goal in the history of the game, and we missed an extra point." The Raiders put a lot into that game. The wise guys were all over them yesterday, took a lot of money before kickoff, and played as well as they could play, at least on one side of the football. Not going to be easy on the short week going to Denver facing the Broncos defense. But it's not like the Broncos are finding ways to win by margin right now either. Denver had another how the F did they do it type of win yesterday. They got played the whole game. The defense made red zone stops, and Bo Nix did just enough in that fourth quarter. 6-game winning streak for the Broncos right now. 4 of them have come by 4 points or fewer. How about this for in-game betting? Denver, games where they trailed going into the fourth quarter, 4-0 straight up this season. And you want to talk about a defensive struggle, 4.4 yards per play on offense was good enough. They gave up 3.7 on defense. They were -2 in turnovers. The defense didn't force any. They're on the road, and they still won the game in a game where Bo Nix didn't complete half his passes. Nix's quote, "It proves we can win tough games. It proves that our mentality can adjust to where we're expecting where we expect to find ways to win. It's a really good issue to have when you're finding these ugly wins." Denver's winning ugly. Raiders just losing. That being said, 9.5. I'm not seeing any indication this number is going to go up. Certainly not through the roof. It's a Broncos team again that's been winning by single. Last year was all blowouts, and they couldn't win the close games. 1-5 in games decided by a TD or less. This year, it's been a little bit of the opposite for Denver, which I think will tap the brakes on some of the enthusiasm for the Broncos at this big minus price.
I would agree. Let's touch on the enthusiasm for the Broncos really quickly, Teddy, because I kind of want to know what your thoughts are. We talked about last year when you were on Bet on It with me. We did a segment called Stock Watch. We're buying on a team. We're, selling on a team. Are the Broncos still a buy team? Like, should we be looking at this team to go deep into the playoffs, maybe a Super Bowl run?
I don't see the Broncos as a Super Bowl, the legit Super Bowl contender, but I do see Denver as a team that could win a playoff game. You know, they could be in the Final Four, and if you win one, you can win two. They have a championship caliber defense. They have an offense that's doing enough on a week in, week out basis. They have a quarterback who's been clutch. I mean, Bo Nix has not been great, but he's been clutch, and we'll take that. Certainly Sean Payton will. So Denver has that. I have the Broncos power rated above the Chargers.
Okay. So do you think they have an opportunity to win the AFC West?
Sure. I mean, KC's got 3 losses now. Denver's in first. Aren't they in first place?
Are they in first place this morning? Wow. Okay.
So it's so funny. You and I almost never look at the standings. I try to look every week or two just so I can remember, because all I think about is point spread success and all of that.
Yes.
But
the standings don't matter. We know it's just like the AP top 25 for college football. The standings don't, that number doesn't matter. The power rating number matters. But Teddy, I'm going to keep the show moving along while you're looking at that. I want to go to Berlin. We're back in the international series. The Atlanta Falcons, the game landed 1 yesterday, so I thought that was funny as well. I was on the Falcons with you. We'll take that cover. Speaking of not covering and not winning, the Indianapolis Colts, they were a buy-on team there for a while. They ended up faltering yesterday at the Steelers.
Yeah, let's emergency betting this one. Let's emergency betting this one right away. Saw the money come one way, and now we're seeing it come back the other way. So you have an opportunity, I think, right now to take advantage of a number that's not going to be there in an hour or two. Look at line here was Colts -7, total of 48. My powering number, Colts -5. The markets opened 6.5 last night, and it got bet down. There were 5s and 5.5s out there this morning. Now I'm seeing the 6s. The 5s just got taken out. The 5.5s are getting taken out. I'm seeing the 6s popping up right now. So if you like Indy, 5.5 will likely to be the best of the number you're going to see. You can still get that. That's widely available as we speak. So in Berlin, which is a long. I mean, Berlin's a long way from London, man. That's an extra 2 or 3 hours on your flight across the pond. That being said, we're seeing Falcons money. We saw the Falcons money. Now we're seeing Colts money in the bounce back spot. And I mean, Atlanta got the cover for me yesterday. Basically, Drake London got it single-handedly. Drake London was unreal. On the final touch on the Falcons' last touchdown drive, he had 3 or 4 I think 3 catches with one hand, including the touchdown catch, which was as unbelievable as it gets. And he had 3 TD catches on the day. That was essentially all Atlanta did offensively. I can't understand the Falcons' game plan right now offensively. It's incomprehensible to me. When you have Bijan Robinson and you're feeding him 12 times in a game with your young QB coming off injury on the road, 12 for 46 to me is inexplicable for Bijan Robinson. And in theory, and he's a team you're supposed to be able to run against. We'll see if that plays out. And of course, after the game, the coaching staff was talking about how New England cheated. They called out our signal. And of course, in the last drive, with clock mismanagement from Raheem Morris and company with the decision to punt the ball away at the 2-minute warning, so to get the 2-minute warning to stop the clock. I'm not looking at Atlanta and thinking that's a well-coached team right now. As for Indy, I mean, they turned the ball over yesterday. Quentin Nelson, quote, "Losing makes you better in the long run as long as you effing learn from it." And that's what we're going to do. We come to work for each other and grind for each other. Love the guys in this team. Love our coaches. We'll be back next week. Danny Dimes, turn it over as many times as we did. 6. We're going to have a tough time winning. And, of course, the offensive line had the worst game they've had all season. The defensive line didn't play well. DeForest Buckner, we're not all going to have a perfect game. I don't have a perfect game all the time. It's the NFL. This game doesn't define him as a quarterback. Jonathan Taylor, his worst game of the season, 14 carries on 45 yards. Quote, "We got to give Jones time. The offensive line, running backs, we got to be in the right spots as far as routes being on our areas. It's the entire offense, the cumulative thing. We have to be better with the football." And the Colts won the box score, 368 yards to 225. But when you turn the ball over 6 times, it doesn't matter. I think, like I said, we saw the first money come for Atlanta. I think that was a head fake. The real money is coming for Indy now. If you like the Colts, bet them sooner rather than later.
On probably the worst NFL game on the season, but both teams are off a bye, and someone's got to get a win here, Teddy. Cleveland Browns at the New York Jets.
Yeah, look ahead line here. Jets -1.5, -2. We're out there. Total 38.5. My number has the game at pick'em. I guess I'm giving the Browns defense some respect to have my Cleveland power. I mean, the numbers at the games in New York and my numbers pick'em. That tells me I got Cleveland as a power is the better of these two teams, which I do. That's all about their defense. Markets opened 237.5 last night. They're still sitting at 237.5 this morning. 37s are out there. 36.5s are out there. If you like the under, find a 37.5, bet it right now. Otherwise, this game's not likely to move other than based on injury statuses throughout the course of the week. The Browns off the loss to the Patriots in the bye. The Jets off the win versus the Bengals and the bye. So both teams resting and ready, but one of the two teams went into the bye satisfied. The underdog in this game went into the bye really pissed off. They did not play well in the second half at New England, a game that they played well enough in the first half to be competitive and then let it all get away from them relatively quickly.
All right, Teddy. Next up on the odds logic screen, we've got New Orleans at Carolina. Carolina off that insane double-digit underdog win at Green Bay. Would you say that was more of a testament to the Panthers having Bryce Young back, or more of Green Bay playing down to their level of competition?
I remember that. So earlier this year, I think they were laying 14 to Tennessee. And I'm like, this is a mismatch. The Packers are going to kill this team. And that mentality wasn't there for Green Bay in that game. And it really wasn't. And they got the win. They found a way to, I think they won the game. But at no point was it pretty. At no point was it easy. And yesterday's game was kind of the same for Green Bay. So I'm going to put it more on the Packers bad than Panthers good. That being said, the Panthers have a winning record right now, in November, which something we haven't been able to say in a couple of years. Look at line here. Carolina 3.5. Total was in the 40. I can't read my writing. 42. I got a 42/40. So there was a wide variance in the total for the look ahead here for New Orleans and Carolina. Powering number for me had the Panthers 5.5. Last night, the markets, there were 4.5. There were 5s. There were 5.5s out there and 40.5s out there. And there are still a couple of 4.5s and 5s out there. Enough 4.5s and 5s to say emergency betting alert time. If you like the Panthers, I would do it sooner rather than later. There's not going to be market support right now for the New Orleans Saints. And Carolina is above 500, a playoff contender in November. They're healthy at the QB position. And I expect this line, again, at 5. The 4.5s and 5s aren't going to be there. It'll be 5.5 or higher, at least in this bettor's opinion. And we talk about incomprehensible game plans. The Saints have a rookie quarterback in Tyler Shuck making his first career road start. And what do? 13 rushes to the running backs. That's it. 13 handoffs. It doesn't make sense. They got out first down 30-10. They had almost only 16 and change in time of possession. Second 4-game losing streak of the season for the Saints. This team's as bad as any in the NFL. Kellen Moore, embattled first-year head coach. Quote, "We didn't give ourselves a chance in this one. They really controlled the game in so many ways. We didn't get enough shots at it." So here they have a bounce-back opportunity against a division foe who may be a little fat and happy after beating Green Bay. But, Bryce Young being back, Bryce Young, had 11 completions for 102 yards. It wasn't like the passing game worked. It was all Rico, They got outgained by a full yards per play. And a lot of it had red zone. The red zone defense was good. And the Packers made mistakes in the red zone. Green Bay only 1 touchdown in 5 red zone tries. Confidence inspiring for the Panthers. Now, twice this season, they have a rookie kicker, Ryan Fitzgerald, has nailed the game winner like he did yesterday from distance. So we'll give Carolina credit, but that had a lot to do with Green Bay stinking. And again, the Panthers, when we look at what they've actually done in their statistical profile and their record, there's something about a dichotomy there. The markets are not going to give Carolina, of all teams with a winning record, Carolina's power rated lowest in my numbers by a fairly wide margin. So even though they're decent, no one's saying Carolina's good yet. And they weren't good yesterday. Green Bay was just worse.
All right, are they good enough to win the game, Teddy? You know where I'm going here. I'm looking at Carolina and Survivor. Am I getting a little too high on the Panthers, especially in a divisional matchup?
I think they're a reasonable choice.
Okay.
New Orleans right now is a team that's worth looking to fade in Survivor.
I did it yesterday with the Rams. I mean, you can just keep betting against some of these bad teams. Eventually, they're going to win. Remember, I had the Bengals in another entry versus the Jets. So that's where you get a little kind of thinking, all right, eventually the Saints are going to win a game. Because again, the organization may be tanking, but the players are not tanking.
No, and when you have a team, let's say that we're going to talk about Washington a little bit later. When you have a team that's built to win now and they bring in a bunch of veterans, a bunch of older guys, and then you start the season seeing 3-6, sometimes you see some tank in those teams. When you have a team with a younger head coach, you have a team that's still building, you have a team that hasn't been to the playoffs, there's not tanking, The Saints aren't tanking, I mean, there's effort there. There's effort there every week, or most weeks at least for New Orleans. They're just not very good.
Okay, let's move right along here. Another divisional matchup. We have Buffalo off that nice win over Kansas City, headed to Miami. Teddy, how do you like to look at things situationally when teams are off a win versus, we'll call them their playoff arch nemesis?
Yeah, the Bills played pretty well yesterday. They played as well as they could play. Look at line, Buffalo 9-50. My powering number, Buffalo 10. The market's open 9.5 and 49.5, and that's pretty much what we're seeing right now. There are some 50s out there. There's even a 50.5 for this total, but the prevailing number 9.5, 49.5. Looking at my odds logic live odds screen, and of course there are two teams coming off very disparate performances. The Bills. I mean, Josh Allen threw only 3 incompletes yesterday. 0 turnovers, 3 touchdowns, and 3 red zone tries, 4 penalties. Josh Allen throws 3 completes. James Cook throws runs for 114. You're going to win the games like that, and of course the key goal line stand before halftime. Josh Allen after the game, they're the pinnacle of what you want your franchise to be. They've been that for the last 8 years. Anytime you get a chance to play the best, you can come away with a victory, you're going to be feeling pretty good. Let's not forget the Bills' previous 5 wins came against teams with a combined record of 11-30. Sean McDermott, we're not where we need to be, but I saw the team come together. When it got tough, they stood tall. Worth noting, defensive injuries, a bunch of them. Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, Teron Johnson, all out. Somebody else got hurt yesterday, and I can't find where his number is. But anyhow, what his name is, I should say. There were about 3 other defensive starters. Nonetheless, check the defensive injuries for Buffalo. That is definitely a concern here. The letdown effect could very well be a concern here as well. For Miami, they had the awful showing on Thursday night. They fired the GM, but they said, McDonald, you got to stay here. We're going to sentence you to stay here for the rest of the year until we fire you. That's your penalty. And again, the difference in the game between Miami and Baltimore. Miami -3 in turnovers. Red zone, Miami 0-3 in the red zone. Baltimore went 3-3. That's 28-6. There's 3 turnovers, 3 bad red zones for Miami, 3 good red zones for Baltimore. McDaniel, quote, you want to dictate the terms, you want to fix stuff, that sucks. All of that does. It's a pretty consistent formula of Fans enjoy winning. Our expectation is that we have to do that work and do the right things for the fans to enjoy the experience. Unfortunately, we didn't do that tonight. So we got to give them something to cheer about. The Dolphins won the first half by more than 100 yards, and they trailed 14-6. They made a bunch of mistakes. Key injuries in the ball game. They lose Ollie Gordon, Chop Robinson, Rasul Douglas got hurt. It's a 2-7 team right now for Miami, which means the games we expect this losing team to step up for are going to be the divisional games. This is not a bet on spot for Buffalo. Can you hold your nose and take the Dolphins?
Ooh. I don't know if I can, Teddy. I don't know if I can. I am really good at doing the hold your nose thing. I don't know if I trust this team whatsoever, but I can rest assure you I will not be laying it here with the Bills. CJ Stroud, Teddy, I was looking around. He's in concussion protocol, obviously, after yesterday, and the market's on the move. Too early to know whether he will play on Sunday or not versus Jacksonville.
Yeah, look at the line here. Houston 341.5. My Davis Mills powering number has the Texans -1.5. The markets have the Texans -1. Total 39.5. Again, look at it was 41.5. Currently, we're looking at 39.5 last night, and now we're looking at 38s with even 37.5s popping up. So we've seen a lot of under money already. We've seen the market adjust with the expectation, I think, that Mills is going to play in this ball game for Houston. When we talk about Davis Mills on the backup quarterback pantheon, he's top quartile. He's maybe even higher than that. That being said, he wasn't good yesterday. 17 of 30 for 137 yards, but just 7 of 16 for 53 yards after halftime. D'Amico Ryans. It's easy to stand up here and make excuses. Injuries happen across the league all the time. You don't make excuses about who's in the game or who's not. We had the opportunity to close out the game and win it. Again, fourth quarter, game on the line, tie game. 4 drives for the Texans. They totaled 33 yards and punted 4 times. 3.7 yards per play, full game. More Ryans. Every offense is going to miss their starting quarterback. We want our starting quarterback in the game at any given time. That's why he's a starting quarterback, but it's no excuses. A lot of teams have won game with backup QBs before. We had our opportunity. We had our chance. It just wasn't good enough. So, that's a bad loss for Houston, a big loss. Instead of getting back to 500, now they're sitting at 3-5, playing with the backup QB. In terms of a mentality changer for a team that's won the division each of the last 2 years, I worry about Houston this week. I really do. That being said, I don't know who the Jags are going to have healthy in order to catch the football. Brian Thomas had an ankle injury. Travis Hunter's now on IR. They lost Trayvon Walker, got ejected in the game for throwing a punch. I don't know if he's going to face a suspension. They won because Cam Little hit the longest field goal in NFL history, and the Raiders missed an extra point. That being said, Trevor Lawrence was announced on the injury report on Sunday as suffering from an undisclosed illness, and he played like it. Liam Cohen. He was pale as a ghost throughout the whole game. If you watch Lawrence in the first quarter, he threw one of the worst picks you'll ever see in a 1st and goal from the 1 situation for the Jaguars. They found a way to win it, and Jacksonville's been, feisty. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. I don't know where the money's going to come. The money's going to move based on what we see from Houston's injury report. Stroud, while Mills is a backup quarterback the markets respect, Stroud is the starter for a reason. It'll adjust a point or two if we do see Stroud this week towards Houston.
All right, Teddy, we talked about the NFL season and how it's gone so far to start the show. Let's talk about college basketball real quick because it starts today. NBA's already been underway. How college football as well. Let's kind of see where things are going right in Teddy's world.
So I don't even look at college basketball until after Thanksgiving.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, never. It's been something that I've done for probably 15 years. I find I can the max that I can work is 3 sports at any one time. When I start working a 4th sport, it messes me up. And I just I can't focus. And college basketball is a sport where you need to be paying attention to a lot of little things. So I don't look at it till after Thanksgiving when college football quiets down, and then I can get into college hoops. NBA continues to be good, very good. 9-4 with the last 13 since 2022. I'm up 230 something units of profit in the NBA. between 50. It's been bouncing between 56 and 57% long term. And then again, when you talk about hitting 57% in a sport long term, I'm approaching 800 games now in this sample size. I'm proud of that. And I expect to win in the NBA every year. I expect to win in the NBA every freaking day. So for what it's worth, that's going good. And college football has been, I don't know if it's been as bad as the NFL, but it hasn't been good. This past weekend wasn't good. Frustrating for me. It's another sport where I feel like it's half bad. Like I feel like I've left too much on the table that I should have had and bet too much that I shouldn't have had. It's like the decision-making process hasn't been right in college football this year, and it's cost me and my clients a bunch.
Okay, well, we're going to right the ship this week in the NFL, Teddy. And I think this is a really interesting game. Both teams off nice wins. Ravens were on Thursday Night Football. Minnesota just beats divisional rival on the road with J.J. McCarthy. Now, Baltimore is a road favorite here.
Yeah, the Ravens continue to be power rated by the betting markets as, if not the best team in the league, tied. Hasn't changed. Was last week. Here they are again this week. Baltimore -3.5 at Minnesota was the look headline. 46.5 the total. My part number, I have Baltimore. Well, let me just double check this so I can be very specific. I have Baltimore a half point behind Philly, a point behind Kansas City, a half point behind Buffalo and Detroit. So I have them top 5. I don't have them number 1. And my partner number comes Baltimore 2.5 in this game. So that tells you where the markets are. It's not like I have Minnesota off market, but I've been a little bit under on Baltimore. Markets open 3.5, 47 last night. And today we're looking at 3.5, 48 / 48.5 even popping up. And I thought about emergency betting alert this total. I think it's already moved. I don't think it's going to get, I'm not seeing the movement we've seen up to 48 is telling me I'm not seeing any indication it's going higher than that. And it's not like the Vikings are necessarily an over team. J.J. McCarthy yesterday, 14 for 25, 143. Threw a pick. He was sacked 5 times. Those are not the numbers you expect to beat the Lions in Detroit. How'd they win the game? The run defense was amazing. They held the Lions to 20 and 65 on the ground, 20 carries, 65 yards. They gained 142 on the ground. They only gained 4.4 yards per play, allowed 4.9. But, when all was said and done, McCarthy threw for 2 touchdowns, ran for a 3rd, and the coaching staff trusted him enough that when they were trying to run out the clock, he threw a dime on basically the last offensive play of the game on 3rd and 5 from their own 28. Kevin O'Connell, JJ made one of the best throws of the day. We absolutely needed it. TJ Hockenson, he controls the huddle like a vet. He makes plays when he needs to. It's fun to play with number 9. The quotes were there from Minnesota, from that locker room, certainly positive. And the fact that they were able to get their season back on track with a road win against a divisional foe as more than a TD dog speaks to this coaching staff and the potential that Minnesota has, even though their season so far has not lived up to expectations. As for the Ravens, Lamar Jackson's back and they won the game by 22. Jackson had 5 incomplete passes, 4 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Quote, "It felt great. I didn't have any problems. I was feeling good out there. It's do or die, win or go home. Usually we start off winning games, but right now we're behind. We've all got to step it up." Note Lamar Jackson back, and all of a sudden Derrick Henry can run the football, 6.3 yards per play. Again, +3 in turnovers. I talked about earlier. Red zone, Baltimore 3 of 3, Miami 0 of 3. Harbaugh, quote, "We had 2 games that we needed to win in 4 games. They were absolute must wins. For our guys to step up the way they did is commendable. And all that means is that now we're 2 games under 500. That's all it means. We were 4 games under 500. So improvement in that regard. There is still urgency for Baltimore. They will have extra time to prepare against Minnesota. And again, the Vikings win yesterday, punctuated by their run defense and Detroit screwing up a bunch. That being said, Baltimore, there's not, for as poorly as their season started, it's not like the Ravens have been value laden at any point during this stretch. Although, if you've been backing them the last couple of weeks, you've been making some money.
Two teams, if you've been backing, that have been making you some money this season, maybe not last week, but definitely throughout the course of the season, the New England Patriots now on the road at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, look headline here. Tampa -2.5, 47.5. My powering number, Tampa -2. The market's open 2.5, 48. And we're seeing some 48.5s out there right now. So we're seeing a little bit of movement to the Bucks and a little bit, not much. I'm seeing 2.5 with a little bit of juice, and 2.5 and a little bit of movement to the over. Tampa off a win versus the Saints in a bye week. We're going to have to see what their injury report looks like. Their injury report was ugly before the bye. The Patriots, I mean, they've been running good, and they continue to run good. They won on a missed extra point yesterday. That's when you know you're running good. Drake May, quote, doesn't matter if it's 24-23 or 3-2. You can feel in that locker room that guys know we can play better. Mike Vrabel, we're going to learn from winnings that we don't have to learn from losing. New England's winning streak now, perhaps a little bit longer than it should be. That being said, they're the only team in the league not to allow 50 yards rushing to any running backs through 9 games. And obviously Tampa, a team that wants to run the football, even though Bucky Irving's been hurt all season.
All right, odds logic. Next up, we've got the New York Giants taking on the Chicago Bears. That was a crazy one yesterday, Teddy. If you had the Bears, I had the Bengals in a teaser, and I thought, this is so bad. What was I thinking? It was just kind of one of those crazy back and forth games, and I had crappy Wi-Fi in the mountains, and I could not, for the life of me, get just like enough to care. I was just like, all right, phone away. We're going to see what happens. John Hoagland, our producer, said, how upset he was that they were going to lose this football game. And next thing you know, they figured out a way. Caleb Williams, talk about him and whether you think that he's going to help get this Bears team over 8.5 wins.
Yeah, so the Bears were up 14. And not once, but twice, they intercepted Joe Flacco, and both times it was the long return that was called back, and then the other time was a 100-yard return that was called back. And then all of a sudden, the defense fell apart at the end. And note Zach Taylor going for 2 on the first touchdown to make the lead only 6, which gave them the lead when the onside kick, and that was like they recovered the onside kick. That was all Chicago botching the onside kick, all right? When the guy was blocking and the kick hit him in the leg. It hadn't even gone 10 yards yet. All he has to do is get out of the way. The ball goes out of bounds, and the Bears take a knee, and the ball game's over. Instead, you had absolute insanity over the last 2 minutes of that contest. Look ahead line here, Chicago -3.5. My powering number, Chicago -4.5. The market's open 3.5, 48.5. By the way, look at the total was 47. Market's open 3.5, 48.5. And we're seeing a mix between 48s and 48.5s right now. Weather could very much influence this. In years past, even last year, maybe even this year, Chicago loses that game. All right. But they actually found a way on the final drive. It helped playing Cincinnati in that contest. But the final drive, Caleb Williams made plays, and obviously the Loveland with the really impressive catch and run to get the touchdown. They only need a field goal, and a field goal would have been just fine. Safety Kevin Byard, quote, it's taken years off my life. It's super special. This is the greatest game, greatest sport in the world. Just the emotions up and down for the fans. They definitely got their money's worth. Worth noting, the Bears outrushed Cincinnati 283-46, but the defense allowed 449 passing yards on 9 yards per pass attempt to a 41-year-old quarterback who hadn't even been with the team for a month. Certainly concerns there. They added T.J. Gardner-Johnson to the secondary. Didn't seem to help a whole lot for the Bears. That being said, the Giants have now lost 3 in a row. They've given up at least 33 points in all those ball games. Jackson Dart was the leading rusher yesterday. The defense allowed 9.8 yards per pass attempt from Mac Jones, only forced 5 incompletes all day. Brian Dable, quote, look, we're not where we need to be. We've got to continue to improve here. There's some things I think that are improving, but there's some things that are not. We're not going to see a swell of market support for the G-men this week. I'm not anticipating that.
All right, shout out to almost 2,200 of you guys watching live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel and social media. you guys would take a second, give us that thumbs up, hit that like button, and be sure to subscribe so you never miss another episode of the Opening Line Report here on Monday mornings with myself and Teddy Covers. Teddy, the Arizona Cardinals play the Dallas Cowboys tonight. Seattle off a nice, almost just easy Sunday night football when the Washington Commanders could not get anything going. Unfortunately, Jaden Daniels out with a pretty serious injury, but Seattle seemed to comfortably control that game. The first half, it was basically all but over.
Yeah, I had a nice free play videos for supporting the Seahawks in that game. For the clients, of course, that was on the lean list. I did not pull the trigger. And it was easy. It was a blowout from the opening kickoff. Look ahead line for this game, Seattle -6, 44.5. My powering number, Seahawks 7.5. The market's opened 7 and 46.5 this morning, and there are even books that haven't opened yet. I am seeing 44.5 and 45.5 out there. I'm not yet sure which way this total is going to move. The Cardinals are playing on Monday Night Football tonight off their bye. Kyler Murray still not healthy. The market's likely to adjust based on his status and or how they look this evening, Jacoby Brissett and company. But as for Seattle, I mean, yards per play, Seahawks 8.7 yards per play, Washington 4.7 yards per play. There have been 4 quarterbacks since 1991 to throw 4 touchdowns before an incomplete pass. Sam Darnold was one of them yesterday, along with Lamar Jackson, Ryan Tannehill, and Tom Brady. 4 touchdowns thrown before a single incomplete. He averaged 13.8 yards per pass attempt yesterday. You know, Mike McDonald, quote, believe me when I say it, I'm not surprised. We watch Sam every day and how he operates. He's the same guy every day, which is what you love about him. We're chasing it. The guys are determined. It's fun to watch. Seattle is a team with some upside right now, although the national TV blowout last night has probably corrected their power rating number moving forward. Certainly the Seahawks, their offensive line's 1,000 times better than I thought it was going to be this year. 2,000 times better. I thought it was the same unit as last year and the year before and the year before that. That OL has been a difference maker for Darnold and this offense. And right now they are clicking on all cylinders.
All right. It looks like, according to NFL.com, Jaden Daniels dislocated his elbow. As you can tell, I was running my fingers through my hair, looking at the odds logic screen. And now I'm going to assume, Teddy, that he's not going to be a go in this game. I've never dislocated my elbow, but it is his non-throwing arm. So something worth noting there. The Detroit Lions, as we mentioned earlier, off a loss to divisional rival Vikings.
Yeah, check things out. Look ahead line, Lions 3.5, 51.5. My powering number, knowing Daniels was out, 6.5 last night. The markets this morning, 9s. You know, there are some 8.5s out there, but there's a lot of 9s out there for Detroit. So look at line 3, market number now 9. And it's not like we haven't seen Mariota play already this year and play okay and guide the team to victories. We have. Big adjustment. 51.5 to look at total. Right now I'm seeing 49.5s out there. That being said, I talked about the Seattle outgaining Washington 8.7 yards per play to 4.7. Complete domination. Dan Quinn, just an unacceptable performance by us tonight. We missed it by a mile. But you read the quotes coming out of Washington's locker room after the Jaden Daniels injury, and you ask yourself, why is he in the game at that stretch where they're down by 5 scores with 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter? Dan Quinn said, I didn't even consider taking Daniels out of the game. But remember, Washington brought in a bunch of free agents. They're the oldest team in the league. Everything was win now for Jaden Daniels this year. And I think they're, 3-6 right now? The markets are crashing on Washington as we speak. As for Detroit, obviously didn't play. And for Detroit, it was just a sloppy game. You know, they didn't run the football very well. They allowed 142 yards on the ground. The defense only gave up 4.4 yards per play. They gained 4.9, but they went 1 of 3 in the red zone and 10 penalties. Dan Campbell, we did everything we needed to do to lose that game. We made every critical error at the right time to lose. When you play poorly in all 3 phases of the game, that's on the head coach. I didn't have this team ready to play out of the bye week. So you have Campbell all fired up. Detroit off a loss since 2022, 12-0 straight up. I think they might be 12-0 against the spread, 11-1. They've been real good off a loss. The market's showing some respect for that. The market's crashing on Washington this morning.
Yeah, Detroit off a loss has been a great bet over the last couple of seasons. Let's go to the NFC West here, Teddy. Do you think the Los Angeles Rams can avenge that survivor loss for me on Thursday Night Football a few weeks back? They're headed to the Niners.
So look at line here, Rams -3 / -3.5. They were both out there, 49.5 the total. My powering number is only 2.5 for the Rams in this ballgame. The market's open 3 / 3.5 and 49.5 last night. And they've taken out the threes. It's all 3.5 for the Rams against the 49ers in revenge for an earlier loss this season, although LA has had a whole lot of losses against San Francisco in recent years. Total 49.5 juice to the over, 50 juice to the under, which is pretty close to being the same thing. Matthew Stafford was brilliant yesterday. Puka Nacua came back, and all of a sudden, again, they're playing a lesser foe in New Orleans, but 8.8 yards per pass attempt, 30-10 first down edge, more than 43 minutes of possession. There was a lot of talk in the LA locker room about the Dodgers winning the World Series. As a team, instead of the team meetings on Saturday night, they hung out and watched the Dodger game and had very short meetings. Stafford, quote, we were in the room and everyone was watching when Rojas hit the dinger, man. We were all going crazy. That was the shortest team meeting before the game. Jared Verse, watching the Dodgers be able to dominate like that, get that win the World Series back to LA, gets us hyped up. And now we know we've got to be next. So the Rams putting the cart before the horse a little bit. As for the 49ers, no Brock Purdy, no problem. 5 straight games without Purdy. Mac Jones, only 5 incompletes, only sacked twice. Christian McCaffrey, 28 carries, 100 yards, leading receiver as well. Brian Robinson ran the football. The offensive line played well. Shanahan, it was a huge team deal getting those run calls. Collectively, the team were able to stick with it. I don't know if they'll have the same success running the football against LA as they did against the Giants. It's a easier foe that they just faced than the one they're going to face. That being said, 49ers still, at 6-3, not a team that's getting a whole lot of betting market respect as we consider plus 3.5 for this one.
Okay, Teddy. Pittsburgh is headed to the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm going to be frank. I can't figure out either one of these teams. Like every single time I think I've got it. Nope. Sure can't.
Look at line Chargers 4.5, 46.5. My powering number, Chargers 3.5. I talked about earlier how I had the Broncos. I think I have my half point better than the Chargers. But my power rating came 3.5. The markets only came 3. So maybe it's the Steelers, the team that the markets are starting to love right now. 3 and 45.5 last night. Now we're seeing 3s and 45s. There are 44.5s out there as well, kind of a split total for that one. And again, Pittsburgh was outgained 368 to 225 in their win and cover yesterday. They had 23 carries for 38 rushing yards. Aaron Rodgers had 0 completions of 20-plus yards, nothing but dink and dunk. And that works when the other team turns the ball over 6 times. Watt after the game, if Watt had a huge sack fumble that game, one of the most important things was just pinning our ears back and playing physical football. I talked about the Cam Hayward quote last week when he said the team didn't show any fight, quote, Hayward. I thought there was fight from the entire group. It's just collectively, we all have to be responsible. We got to play with a lot of energy. I love the energy we showed today. Cluster injuries in the secondary. They got Kyle Duggar in a trade with New England, and he started and finished with 4 tackles in that contest. But definitely something to pay attention to when it comes to the injuries for Pittsburgh in their secondary. As for the Chargers, no cover yesterday, but look, they held Tennessee to 206 total yards, 10 first downs. They had a game-changing goal line stand from the 1-yard line in the third quarter. It was a really strong offensive showing, but a defensive showing, I should say. On the offensive line, we have to be concerned. Bobby hurt a groin in his first quarter. Alt re-injured his right ankle and got carted off the field. Neither guy came back in the ballgame. Herbert threw a pick 6 in yesterday's contest. That being said, he came into the game leading the NFL in passing yards, finished with a pass rating over 100, and it led the Chargers in rushing as well. Herbert's quote, it happened early. I thought we did a good job weathering the storm. A different game for us, a lot of uncharacteristic things, but there's going to be good learning from it as long as guys hang in there. There's time and downs. I think we got a shot. Harbaugh after the game. there's no other ways I think he can impress, Then every time I think that, he finds a way to, it's like another rung on the ladder of esteem. Yeah, he's that guy. He's that competitor. Herbert has been brilliant. The betting market saying Pittsburgh is live.
Okay, Pittsburgh might be live on Sunday Night Football. Teddy, before we get into Monday Night Football and get out of here before Wager Talk last call with Andy Lang, anything you want to give to our audience worth of note, anything to promote? I know you said NBA season has been rocking and rolling. I know we started off with a little like beating ourselves up, but we got to take those wins where we can get it.
Yeah, of course, Wager Talk today. Wager Talk last call is tonight, which you can watch before Monday Night Football. Today. Wager Talk today coming up at noon each and every weekday at 10 a.m. Live, 9 a.m. Pacific time, noon Eastern. And Wager Talk last call, which is also a great show. Thursday, Saturday morning, Sunday mornings, Monday nights, before all the big games. Check out Wager Talk last call as well. Yeah, I got a single best bet in the NBA. The NBA has been good. All right, the NFL, and I'm going to be, Kelly, it's one, people rely on me. The company relies on me not to be the shittiest NFL handicapper out there. And when I suck, I feel it. And my clients expect me to feel it, And it's one thing to suck for a week or two. Another thing to suck for a month, So it is what it is. I know I'm not going to be awful forever. I'm confident that I'm not going to be the worst NFL handicapper in the history of NFL handicappers. But right now, I'm in the suck. And until I get out of it, I'm going to beat myself up. It's how I work. And my clients would like to, my clients don't mind me doing that. I'm sure of that. So it is what it is in that regard. We'll get there. I haven't lost my mojo. I haven't lost my confidence, but I'm a little bit frustrated right now. And I'm supposed to be. I'm sure my clients are.
All right. Monday Night Football. This is why I took the Panthers last week. Marco said on Bet On It that this was a great sandwich spot. I was pissed at the Panthers the week before. And I thought, you know what? I'm going back to the well with this crappy team. Did I think they were going to win outright? No, I did not. But you mentioned how Green Bay likes to play with their food. You did say Titans, so I'm going to correct you. You meant the Bengals. They also lost on the road at the Browns. Those like subpar teams. Maybe they were looking ahead here to this really solid Eagles team. This Eagles team has been an interesting one. They are off a bye here, headed into Green Bay, which historically is a really tough place to play, especially in primetime.
Yeah. No, the Packers' home field isn't worth any more than any other team, and not in the regular season, not even in the playoffs. I remember when Michael Vick and the Falcons are playing indoors. They can't win up in Green Bay, and they went up and slaughtered them. Don't overrate any home field in this league. Look headline here, Green Bay -3, total of 45. My powering number is a pick 'em for this contest. The market's open, the Packers 2.5 and 44.5. And I'm not sure why we're seeing what I would call lack of respect for Philadelphia. Maybe it's they righted the ship before the bye, and it's kind of we'll see something from them like we saw from Detroit yesterday, which is not their best effort coming out of it. Certainly Green Bay, they outgained Carolina by a full yard per play. They got Rico Dowdle, and they couldn't get off the field on defense in that sense. But the bigger issue was they went 1 of 5 in the red zone, and they kind of they played with their food. 5 of their first 6 possessions, they were inside the Panthers' 35-yard line, and they had a grand total of 2 field goals to show for it. Jordan Love, it's very frustrating. I think everyone's feeling that as an offense. First half, we were limited in possessions. These games, you have to maximize every time you're on the field. We didn't do that. And, of course, Green Bay came into the game with only 3 turnovers on offense all season. They had 2 more yesterday, and they certainly cost them. Fun Monday night game. From a bounce-back standpoint, we would expect a bounce back from Green Bay, but then again, that's very much priced into this number, sitting at 2.5. Now, I would not be surprised if we see some over money here, but again, that's certainly weather forecast related. Now we're in November. Be sure to check those weather forecasts early in the week before you're betting on these totals.
All right, this has been Wager Talk's opening line report. Kelly and Teddy, every single Monday, we are here breaking down that NFL slate, giving you guys pertinent information, emergency betting alerts. Teddy, thank you so much for all of your time and energy. I am ready to run through a brick wall for NFL Week 10. I know you are ready to do the same. Guys, hang around here. Next up, Wager Talk today, hosted by Andy Lang. And the reason why I screwed it up earlier is because Andy Lang is also going to be on Wager Talk's last call tonight. So you guys are getting a double dose of Andy Lang headed into Monday Night Football. They're also going to hit on some hockey as well as some NBA and college basketball. Hope you guys have a wonderful, profitable betting week. We'll see you next Monday.
sports betting shows where we talk the talk and kicking off a new week, full slate. Yanni's going to bring the support. Crackman's going to drop NBA, college basketball insights. Merrill's got a big job today. He's got Cardinals, Cowboys. We're going to talk Florida, Arizona college basketball, and we're going to do NBA Mavericks and Rockets. We got football. We got hoops. College basketball starting. And we're going to talk about a fixed fight. Unbelievable. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, and now we have one that actually happened. So thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Hit that like button. Let's get started with Yanni. Yanni, happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. How you doing?
Yeah, I crushed college football once again, 10-5. Broke even in the NFL. Won more games than I lost, but I lost my 5% on Houston, which really pissed me off, because I was going to roll that over into Monday Night Football, but instead I got to fire a couple 4% tonight instead of a 5%, because I really like this Monday Night Football game. But, you always got to manage risk correctly, too. And right now we're nicely ahead in NFL, really nicely ahead in college football. So no reason to take on more risk when you lost a big bet. Like, there's no reason to put that pressure on you, just psychologically. So I'm excited about tonight. College basketball tipped off today, already fired 7 premium plays. There's a 6-pack for you available at WagerTalk with 3 4% in college basketball, working with the same groups that got me up over 130 units so far in college football. So hopefully it's a repeat performance. And real quickly, if you go over to WagerTalk.com, there's 2 free premium plays for you, both in tennis. One's a 4%, that's a dog. One's a 3%, that's a favorite. If it's a little chalky for you, we also laid the points. So we laid the chalk on the favorite, but we also bet them at minus 2.5 games, minus 120. So if you don't like the money line, you could lay the games if you want to jump on board. So yeah, 2 free tennis plays for you. And busy day. Monday Night Football, college basketball, NBA, the college football rankings coming out. Those phony things. So
that's your favorite.
Great week of action for us.
That's got to be your favorite. That must be like a stand-up comedy routine to you. You must look at those rankings and just laugh.
Yeah. My man Anthony, dude, the last 2 5% that my quarterback got knocked out of the game. Both the last two, bro. One in college, one in the NFL. And in the NFL, I'm still, 60% on 5%. Hit 3 of 5 of them. But yeah, Houston should have got there for us yesterday. They even had the ball in the 4th with a minute left. Like, you're not supposed to lose that game, but at home.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. Got to shake that off and move on to today.
I believe Dan was going to go 5-0 in the super contest if the Texans covered. Instead, he went 4-1. So, bummer. All right, let's talk a little college basketball. It's first day. How are you approaching the start to the season? What are some trends?
I'll tell you, I keep it real. Early on, I simply piggyback the betting groups that I work with until I form my ratings and my rankings like I did in college football. The first few weeks, I'm forming them, putting them together for myself, and I strictly piggyback, and then I start implementing my own stuff too and my own opinion. Like, I've been researching college basketball the last probably 3-4 weeks. I have an opinion, but I trust the groups I work with more early on, especially talking to bookmakers who all say this is the scariest month for them. This is where they're most vulnerable in college basketball, where, that the numbers are going to move significantly on sides and totals, and volatility in the market shows you just how beatable it is. Like, when numbers aren't moving, it's a tight market. It's tough to beat. NFL, perfect example. It's tough to get line movements there. But when you're seeing college basketball like today, we're betting a team like Ohio State at minus 29.5, minus 30, and now it's minus 35.5, 36. Rest assured, that's a very beatable market. That kind of inefficiency is exactly what you're after. You're not getting that 5-6 weeks from now. That much I promise you, unless a player's injured. That's not going to happen. But this first month, I'm hoping we could get out nicely ahead like we did in college football, where after 3 or 4 weeks, we have a shitload of units. And then we could just coast and do some damage. But let me read off some of the steam today in college basketball. And here's what's going to stick out to you. We're not afraid to bet favorites. undervalued favorites early in the season. Later in the season and even mid-season, you'll start to see us fade in these teams. But early on, we're not afraid to bet 856 Kansas minus 29.5. 874 USC minus 24.5. 786 Ohio State minus 30, minus 31. Alabama minus 31, 32, 33, 34. Not afraid to bet those kind of big chalk. 782 St. John's minus 24, minus 25. 882 Seattle minus 12. 878 St. Mary's minus 12.5. You hear the theme, a lot of favorites. So let me throw a dog or two out at you. 867 Montana State plus 13. 819 App State plus 1. That's flipped. They're now the favorite. Florida Atlantic, they're now the favorite, but that got bet as a dog. And 775 doesn't look like it if you look at the screen, but we bet it off screen. 775 Northern Arizona plus 10, plus 9.5 and 9. So you got a lot of college basketball information right there. Hopefully you could do some damage with it. Like I said, I'm excited about college basketball because the guys I'm working with this season that weren't there with me the last two. So let's go. Let's do some damage this year.
Do they focus on a certain conference, or do they focus on do they get specific with everything?
Great question. As the season progresses, it'll start to move into smaller conferences in extra board games. Like the Kansases, the Wisconsins, they're not going to get our money. If anything, we'll be looking to fade those teams as the season progresses and they're ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's when we'll start betting the, Miami, Ohio's, the Bowling Greens, smaller conferences. But early on, it's pretty much open season. The whole board's yours. But yeah, great question, because that's exactly where the value lies after. It's in the extra board. Perfect example in college football. Me, who's a volume guy, it was hard for me to fire 15 plays this week in college football, and 3 of those were extra board. So I only had 12 sides and totals from that huge board. And for me, again, that's low volume, but so much of it was in the extra board, and I can't use them because the lines move too fast. I could have sent out 30 extra board games on Saturday. That's how many extra board games they were betting. And that's what's going to happen in college basketball too as the season progresses.
Yeah, it's something I try and stress in the props betting market, and it works. Try and get as niche as possible.
Yep.
Try and go after these props and these smaller colleges that the books are just not going to have the knowledge that you are. There are some college. I bet your group knows more about these basketball teams than the books do, and you can't say that about NFL.
For sure.
You can't say that about NFL.
They got specialists in there working this like that. Yeah, they know these teams. They that do nothing but college basketball. So while we're betting baseball and we're betting other sports, they're still focused off season on college basketball. That's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell people when you're betting props, just try and focus on a conference or a division or a few teams. I promise you get to know a couple teams, you'll crush the props betting market. You don't have to be an expert in everything, and quite frankly, you can't be an expert in anything. Let's talk a little. Can you do NBA? Do we want to talk in a little NBA?
Yeah. 3 sides stick out the most because, again, with the NBA, you got to be careful. It's one of those sports where so many middles are being worked by the betting syndicates. I talked about it a lot. I keep repeating it so you don't get fooled into piggybacking moves that you think are sharp, because they're doing a lot of middles in the NBA. Very few real positions. Most of the true positions are coming on player props, team totals, first halves, second halves, a lot of second halves, a lot of live NBA action. Pre-game, few sides, few totals that are legit. So I'm going to stick to 3 sides that are sticking out. Multiple groups, not seeing any buyback, seeing follow through. 558 New York Knicks, minus 11.5 and 12. It's up to 12.5 right now, but there's still 11.5s on the board. 561 Detroit, minus 4. That's still available, and 4.5 on the board. Reason for that? Enough public money on Memphis, home dogs. And last but not least, 570 LA Clippers, minus 7.5. That's even still available at some shops over Miami. So Knicks, Detroit, Clippers, 3 favorites, legit moves in the NBA. Public, I'll tell you real quickly, I think there's one or two games that they were all on in the NBA. And first was the Pacers. They love the Pacers as home dogs. Don't know why. And they love the Mavericks. The Rockets over the Mavericks, laying 12 and a half points. Those are the two biggest that stick out. Pacers, home dogs. Rockets, big home favorites.
Yeah, I'm a Pacers fan, and I don't know why you would love the Pacers at home.
Right?
They basically have a starting lineup out with injury.
And when there's Monday Night Football, NBA don't get much action. It really does.
Yeah. My Pacers, you actually could make a pretty good NBA team with who is out with injury. That's how many,
every day. It's hard to follow the sport, bro. With the injuries, with the sitting out, it's a very hard market to beat. I know just because with the groups I work with, they're so selective. Like today, I bet 7 college basketball games, probably 17 or 18 altogether for those guys. I bet 1 NBA game for them. That was it. 1 total. That's all we bet that I gave out to subscribers. But we don't really do all that much NBA. But when I do see NBA, I get excited because, like, if they're firing NBA, it's usually a strong play. It's usually getting out ahead of injury information, that kind of stuff. But always time sensitive, unfortunately.
Any interest in any of these opening lines that you're seeing in NFL or college? Any sudden moves that we need to take note of?
None really jumped out. I mean, we have Alabama playing LSU this week. Always a big game, regardless who's good, who's not. And this year you have Alabama as double-digit favorites, already getting public money. That's why you're seeing some shops are up to 11 with that instead of 10.5. That's an interesting game to see how that unfolds as far as the action from the betting public. In the NFL, nothing really. I like to wait until today because that most of it is the look-aheads. We finally saw Indianapolis not get a cover. They're getting faded again. The look-ahead was 7 all the way down to 5.5 now. So finally, it seems like the market, at least that's what it seems like, they're starting to believe it's catching up with Indianapolis Colts. And what else is sticking out? Nothing really. Nothing yet. Good primetime games. Pittsburgh Chargers and Philly and Green Bay. 2 good primetime games next week. And getting New England as a dog, interested to see how that one gets bet because Tampa money came in immediately. The opener look ahead was 1.5. We're now looking at 2.5 juice. So money coming in against the New England Patriots, who, have been the betting darling for everybody.
All right, Yanni, let's talk a little bit of UFC. It was not an exciting card.
No.
But we do have to talk about the allegations of there being a fixed fight. Here's what we know about the timeline, and I want to get your thoughts here. Isaac Dolgarian versus Yadir Del Valle. So here's what we know. A while back, Dolgarian does a podcast, and he says something to the effect of fighters should get a portion of the bets that are bet on that fight. Not a great look. He opens as a really big favorite. By the time the fight starts, it's basically a pick'em. So we have one of the most aggressive line moves you're ever going to see. He goes out, he tries to shoot a takedown, it doesn't work, and Dolgarian is known for his wrestling. And the position gets reversed. He really gets mollywopped, and he ends up getting submitted in the first round. Sportsbooks then take note. They notice, wow, there was a lot of money bet on round 1 Del Valle submission. There was a lot of money bet on Del Valle money line. Some books have decided to refund their customers. Others have said, no, we're just leaving it as is. And within a day, Dolgarian gets released from the UFC. So I guess, Yanni, your knowledge, what's going on behind the scenes here at UFC, and what's your take on this crazy situation?
Well, the thing you got to remember is, like, they're independent contractors, these fighters. They're not UFC employees. I'm not even a UFC employee. I get signed as an independent contractor. There are very few UFC employees. A few of the hosts are UFC employees, and then it's all production crew. So these fighters are independent contractors. You got to remember that. Like, it's not the responsibility of the UFC. So if anything, like, I think they want, like, our hands are clean of this. Our fighters know we have rules. They're not allowed to bet. Now, after that, they have no control over what a fighter does. That's where the police step in. You know what I mean? The government agencies step in. And from all the rumblings, it appears that there's been a long investigation in the works, that there's been over 100 fights of late, that they saw abnormal betting patterns, and there is an investigation. Now, remember, this happened not long ago with what, a few years ago now. It seems like it wasn't that long ago, but wow, it has been that long with the James Krause incident with Derek Minner, and that whole situation where everyone was crying foul, fix, corruption, line move. People made a lot of money off that information. And yet, here we are in 2025, about to turn 2026. I haven't seen any indictments handed out. I haven't seen any prosecution or anything like that. So they've had a number of years to do that investigation, and either they haven't turned up anything or they're putting something together. And when you're the government, you got to remember that a lot of times these cases take years in the makings. Like, and then all of a sudden 27 co-conspirators get indicted. That's usually how it works. And that's now the question. Are we going to see something like that? Is the federal government going to step up and send out a shitload of indictments to a bunch of people connected to the fight game that they thought it was corruption and in the gambling side of it? Where I stand watching that fight, I can't tell you what the kid, again, guys that know what they're watching, they're saying he should have been able to defend the sub. He should have peeled the hand, all that stuff. When you're in a fight, again, like it's chaos. You're more or less fighting for your life. So you got to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. With all that said, if a professional watches that unfolds and tells you it looks shady, I'm going to trust what they say, what their eye tells them. To me, I'd be a fool saying, "Oh, I see what he's doing. That's he fixed that." That's ridiculous. I don't know enough. But when you're starting to hear guys that know exactly what they're looking at saying these are basic moves if you want to survive, and he's avoiding it, yeah, you got to dig deep, man. You got to dig deep, and we can't have that. And here's the problem. It's going to continue to happen because people have gambling problems. I'm not talking about this kid in general. What I'm telling you is people gamble. And when you gamble, you find yourself in trouble a lot of times. You find yourself in the hole a lot of times. And when you have the ability to finally win, you take advantage of that. That's why it happened in the NBA. Again, these guys make a lot of money, but that doesn't mean they have a lot of money. If you're spending more than you have, if you're losing more than you're making, it don't matter how much you're making. And that's the problem, that with a lot of these athletes, when you're able to control the outcome and you're already a gambler and you've been losing because you can't control the outcome, it's extremely tempting to go out there and do that. So again, I don't know what they're going to do to fix that. It sucks for the sport, sucks for the bettors, sucks for everyone involved. But when you add human beings and money in the same sentence, you're going to have corruption, man. Sad but true.
Yeah,
how do you feel?
So, you're never going to stop it. This has been going on. This has been going on since the beginning of time. Like this is not new.
Sox,
I didn't think it was half as bad as some of the other ones I've watched.
That's what I thought. Like watching it, I can't tell you this kid's just losing on purpose. That's what I'm trying to explain. Yeah. Like we're all fools if we're saying that shit. I don't know what he's doing. He's in a fight.
Okay, well, I will just say this. I'm not probably not going to be in the know of if a fight is being fixed or something, but I will tell you this, Yanni. A lot of times this year, the money has told us a story.
Yes.
Moving forward.
Yes. Trust the market. Trust the market. I was getting texts well before that fight started asking, bro, what's going on? Like I'm a UFC insider, and all of a sudden I like they're texting. Dana just texted me here. I'll tell you what he said. Are you kidding me? I don't know what's going on, bro. You know what I mean? Like I have no idea. But they're asking, like I got so many, I swear to you, DMs and texts. What's going on? So that's what I don't. Here's the problem, and I don't want to go long because I know others are waiting. But in 2025, when even people that are betting $10 a game have an odds screen in front of them, we have a free one now at WagerTalk that's only a few minutes behind. I used to pay $500 a month for that 20 years ago. You get it for free now. So everyone and their mother could look at the odds and see what's happening. Like, you can't pull that shit off if you don't know what you're doing. You need to come to a professional like me and ask me, how do I get this money down without moving the screen? Then we could do some business. But these idiots are walking up to the win counter and betting $80,000 on like a third division lacrosse game. You're going to get caught, bro. You're getting caught. Like,
well, Yanni,
for God's sakes. I think we should do a video on how to get down money and not get caught. How to cheat. I think we should do a wager talk, how to pick games course for professional athletes. This is how you're going to fix a game. If you really want to shade points, this is how you're going to do it and get away with it. Master class, baby.
They put 5 massive bets at the same casino at Hard Rock. It's like, what are you
one
doing?
One after the other, all wearing, like, one's wearing the college hat, the other one the fraternity T-shirt, the other one the school shirt, and they're all in line acting like they don't know each other.
It's so funny. Yeah, one of them's got the glasses with the nose and the mustache.
Yeah.
Didn't you just bet?
Exactly.
So I will just, I will say this, guys. When I saw that massive line movement, I bet it. I bet it big. Dude, when you see that line movement, Yanni may not know, I may not know, but somebody knows.
We were on Bulgarian. That want to hear a sad story? We were on Bulgarian, and I knew it was a loser. That's the worst part. Like, you're on the wrong side. Because he got steamed, and then remember, DeVal got steamed later, and then DeVal kept getting steamed late. But he even got hit a little earlier. Remember, Dave Mason came on and gave both sides of that fight. Me and you talked about that, where he gave the one side early, the next side late. So, crazy world we live in, baby.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, when I see that in UFC or MMA, I'm betting it. I'm just following the money. 100%,
so. Dude. I trust the market. Whenever there's an injury, I don't even Google the name of the player. I just look at the line. If the line is the line's going to tell you whether he's playing or not. I trust that more than I trust any Google search.
All right, Yanni, we've gone long, but it was awesome. Tell everyone what you have up on this Monday.
Yeah, I have my first college basketball package is up. 6 plays in it. 3 of them are 4% plays. Subscribers, you guys got 7 plays. NFL, that 4% is already in there. Package will be up in the next 30 minutes. Monday Night Football package, 9-3 on primetime games. Coming off a loser on Sunday Night Football, so we're going to turn that around tonight on Monday Night Football. And, of course, this week's college football package will go up later today. NFL package later today. Currently still number 1. We combine the two. And good week in college football. So, excited about the week ahead, and let's do some damage.
All right. Yanni the Greek, everybody, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Always make the beginning of the show freaking awesome, man. We're so lucky to have him. All right, let's bring in Bill Crackman. And Bill, you and I have been preaching about props. I'm 9-3 to start NBA season. And it's, ho-hum, we're just cashing on props. And I don't know if anybody out there can hit at the clip that I hit on props and that you hit on props, congratulations to them. But you and I just keep trying to stress this is the market that you can build your bankroll from.
Yeah,
right?
The prop market is where I'm betting and upwards really of 4 or 5 times what I'm betting on a straight bet. And that's the greatest advice I can give to somebody. I know it's not fun. You're not rooting for a side. You're not rooting for a total. But, like I always say, that's more of an efficient market. I'm looking to go after something that's not so efficient because I want to, produce wins. So, and props has been a good season. Started out the gate with good NBA props also. College basketball just started, of course, today. There's a game underway, another game starting in about an hour. And I look forward to that. Going to get a full package up there today. I just put 1 play up. I'm going to have a couple more, though, at least 2 more for today. Big card today. And it's just hard for the bookmakers to get every line right when they're looking at 100-some lines. And then they have to do other things the beginning of the week now. So remember, Monday's a softer market for next week's college football, NFL. So you're talking upwards of 200 different lines that the bookmakers have to look at to get right. And it's not going to happen in the end. When you have people that focus on certain divisions and leagues compared to just the one or two originating bookmakers, we definitely have an edge. Doesn't mean we're going to win, but we definitely have a nice edge going in. Anything can happen with these games, but like I said, we do have an edge going in because we have a better grasp on the line than the bookmaker. And what I mean by that is, just like Gianni could tell you, there's only one or two sports books that put up the line and everyone copies off that. That's a fallacy that people think there's a bookmaker in every casino or a line maker in every casino. That's not true. There's a line maker in Costa Rica that takes a bet off a sharp person and he formulates that line. They put it up, everyone copies it. Now, it doesn't mean that once in a while a book can't have a line and originate a line. Sometimes during college basketball, believe it or not, South Point put up like the tournament first, and they took bets first. And Westgate puts up lines. Definitely, I think Westgate in this town has more origination because of the bookmakers that work there than probably anyone. They put up lines first on lots of different events, and then there might be an event or two that Circa puts up a line first. So anyway, it's really not too often, though. Costa Rica control. People don't want to hear that. I know the regulators don't want to hear it. The people in the United States that are, approving sports betting, they don't want to hear that. But hey, it is what it is. Far off places are where the sharper lines do originate.
Well, let's go to NBA and let's talk some props. What's one that's catching your eye today?
Yeah, I had two of them. I want to just make right before I came on air. Okay, Harden is still 8.5 minus 20. Just like to get you a right line. That's what I'm so crazy about that. I never want to give out a line somewhere that's not available to the public. So Harden is 8.5 minus 20 on his assist. So we're going to go over 8.5, minus 120 on Harden's assist. Harden's up against the Heat tonight, guarded by Mitchell, and it's a good situation here. It's one of the best point guard defenders in the league, but Mitchell should force Harden to pass a ton tonight. So by being that good of a defender, it means the assist. I go to the assist market. So last season, Harden was over this number 29 out of 39 games. So I like his over assist with Kawhi Leonard playing also. So there's an NBA prop for everybody. We're going to have some we'll have an NFL football prop up. I didn't give it out yet. We'll have that up over at WagerTalk also. I put one game up on college basketball, at least going to have two more. I have 5 circled, but I'm so crazy about lines and numbers. More than just someone that sells picks and just gives out. I want to give out the proper number. It's so key. Most people don't know this. It's so key to, if you're betting around the number 2, 3, 5, or 7's a stretch, but even 7. I worked for one of the sharpest groups in the world, and the 2 and the 3 we actually bought 2. So if you're betting the favorite minus 2.5, no, minus 2 minus 20 is proper. If you're betting the dog plus 2.5, no, plus 3 minus 20 is proper. The 10 cents is key. 10 cents extra. It's worth the 10 cents on those numbers of 2 and 3, which is very, very key in college basketball. I'll even stretch it to 5. If you're taking 4.5, take plus 5 minus 20. We'll use those 3 numbers. Not only did the guy that taught me this was one of the sharpest college basketball guys in the world, the guys at Pinnacle, which is one of the sharpest, they used to be, one of the sharpest sports books in the world back in the late 90s, early 2000s, the guys behind Pinnacle always said 2 and 3. So I knew that back then. The guys that owned Pinnacle actually taught me that. And saying, they have to charge 10 cents extra, but the real line was like 17 cents and 15 cents and 13 cents. But if they did charge that, no one would bet with them. So a lot of the sports books have caught up with that. So make sure you use a sports book that charges only 10 cents extra on the 2 or 3. I won't talk about it too much during the season. At least I'll try not to, because when you talk about it, there could be bookmakers or sportsbook employees that say, hey, you know what? Crack's saying this, Pinnacle taught him, Syndicate taught him. Why are we not charging 15 cents or 20 cents? So, again, you want to buy the 2 or the 3. Either way, favorite or underdog, if you're betting around a half a point off of that number.
Do you focus on certain schools, certain conferences? You kind of all over the place with college basketball?
You're not going to see me bet top 20 or even top 25 marquee teams too much. Just like college football. It's not going to be those teams that have lots of eyeballs on them, lots of media on them, that even if you have the beat reporter, on the socials to follow, it's not going to mean as much. It's going to be, that line's going to be pretty efficient after 1 or 2 media sources get a hold of it. And of course, these bookmakers are pretty sharp too. The reason I say it's college basketball is beatable is because I am betting one of the smaller schools with less eyeballs on them normally. But I'll go across the board and coast to coast though, and like even though there is teams like Florida Atlantic, Cal Poly, I could just go on Central Michigan, Ohio University. I'm thinking of these teams like they're not the smallest schools, but they're definitely not up in the big schools. So I'll look to bet some of those teams too, middle range schools. And once in a while, I will have a Duke or a UNC, but it's rare. So it's a great question, Andy.
All right. Well, we got about a week to watch and catch up. Frank says the College of Biblical Studies Ambassadors game tips off in 30 minutes.
Right.
Who you like? Wow. I got the over.
He's right.
They like to get out and run, Bill. So, what do you have up for everybody on this Monday over at WagerTalk?
I can just tell you, college basketball's here, so you want to get in on a package for college basketball, plus 37 units on college basketball last year after juice. It's all 37 units. Might not sound like a lot to a lot of people, but 2 units a week, 2.5 units a week. That after juice, that can equal a lot of money. So, and that's just last year. I mean, I've killed college basketball almost every year. So I would get on for a package, maybe a 90-day, or like I said to the people last week, lock up something through the Super Bowl. You want those Super Bowl props. You're going to be getting Super Bowl props. Now's the time. You're going to be getting Super Bowl props if you lock that up till the Super Bowl. But if you lock me up for anything, you're going to be getting NBA props, NFL props, college basketball. Wow, what a time to be alive and betting sports. So make sure you have more than one out too, because I noticed right here alone, I'm seeing some 1.5, some college basketball, and 2.5s in town. A point difference, that's just amazing that certain sports books have a point difference around the 1.5 and 2.5. It's not like it's 23 and 24 where it doesn't mean as much. You want to have some of the square, slow-moving sports books. Let's just face it, if you're nationwide, you want to have the DraftKings, the Bet365s, maybe the Hard Rocks. You want to have them because they get so much public money that they're forced to maybe hang that, dangle that carrot with the extra half a points. And that doesn't sound like most people don't care about half a point. It's amazing. People don't respect the number, don't respect the juice. I do commercials for BetMGM. They have 102 juice on Thursday night, an hour before the game. Nobody cares. Westgate, 105 juice on all the primetime games. Nobody really cares. They just, a big deal. It's $5. I only bet $100, $200. It's $5 or $10. Well, over 10, 20 games, that will equal a free bet. So 10 or 20 losses, I should say. So anyway, that's about it, Andy. Look forward to college basketball. I recommend anyone to sign up, get involved now. Games start now. Softer market here. First month and a half, 2 months, softer market. But I've held my own season round, even in Januaries and Februaries, of course, March Madness for years. So, but I would get in now. Lock me up.
All right, Bill Crackman every Monday Week from today, we'll be able to revisit, see what you're learning in college basketball. So can't wait. Have a great week, Bill.
Thanks,
Thank you
buddy.
so much for joining us. Another Bill, this is great. I hit my first college basketball early morning degenerate special with the under on Queens and Winthrop. Did you actually handicap that? Do you actually know who plays on Queens and Winthrop and what kind of what kind of style they play? Great hit though. Hey, if it wins, hey, that's a good thing. So thanks very much, Bill, posting that. All right, we're gonna do some overreactions here, and then we're gonna bring on Steve Merrill. We're gonna talk a bunch with Steve, and then I will be breaking down Lakers and Trailblazers at the end of the show. All right, NFL. Let's go over some overreactions. J.J. McCarthy is the future for the Vikings. Viking fans all of a sudden now love J.J. McCarthy after one game. And we go back to the Packers. The Packers are overrated. We can't get a good read on the Packers. Bills are ready to win the AFC. They dominate the Chiefs in the regular season. I'm going to ask Steve Merrill about this one. Jaden Daniels is too injury prone to be an NFL starter. Ooh, Steve, I can't wait to get your thoughts on that one. And then Dan brought this one up. Life is better when you're eliminated from Survivor. This is a good one. You're stressed out about Survivor, and then the week comes when you get eliminated, and then the next week you're like, well, thank God I don't have to worry about that anymore.
The first week hurts, Andy. The first week hurts. But once the shock, rolls off, not having to bitch about the Packers this morning is a terrific feeling, because I 1,000% would have been on the Green Bay Packers. So my NFL life is existentially better now that I am eliminated from Survivor.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah,
my wallet
I
might
didn't
not
miss
thank
it.
me, but
I didn't
my
miss it.
soul thanks me.
I didn't miss it one bit.
I hate Survivor
miss it at
so
all.
much, Andy. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it again next year.
Of course we are. Well, of course we are. We're totally doing that again. All right, let's go where the books won, where the public won. There wasn't a whole lot of consensus on these, at least what I saw in Odds Logic, but definitely the books won on the Packers money line and teasers. Chargers minus the points and the Colts minus the points. And where the public won Thursday night, we got to go back there. Ravens minus the points and Rams, big winners for the public there, minus the points. All right, let's do fantasy winners and losers, props, winners and losers. And listen, the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry was running. Zay Flowers is looking good. That Ravens team is now you got to look at overs for them. Caleb Williams, huge game. He was on my bench in one of my fantasy leagues, and I'm going to lose because of that. Joe Flacco with a monster game. J.J. McCarthy looked good and got some decent stats. Justin Herbert, that offense is absolutely cooking. When he is the driving force behind that, and he is a stats machine. Drake London with the huge game, over 100 yards, 3 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey. I mean, you don't need to tune in to tell me for me to tell you that Christian McCaffrey's good, but what he's doing is just absolutely incredible. He was their leading runner and receiver yesterday. He's a stats god. We keep playing him over his receiving yards, and it hits every single week. These are client plays on Christian McCaffrey over his receivers every single week. Geno Smith and Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers had the second best fantasy game for a tight end ever. The Rams, like when they play a bad team, you load up on Kyron Williams, Matthew Stafford, Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. Dalton Kincaid had a big one, and Sam Darnold has just been really nice for Seattle. And the big losers, Cortland Sutton was not good. Keenan Allen and Kimani Vidal, those guys were disappointments. The Chargers have all those stats, and those guys did nothing with it. Jonathan Taylor getting bottled up by the Steelers, not a great look, but he was due for a stinker, I guess. The Saints are just a stats wasteland. The Commanders now, Jaden Daniels out, Rutrow, and I mean, Krosky Merritt was not looking good anyway, but now they're in trouble. Jahmyr Gibbs had a bad game yesterday. And then I'm going to put Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. Why? Because the Vikings ran the ball a ton. And I wonder if these guys are not going to have a lot of stats with J.J. McCarthy, if they're going to try and do ball control, run the play clock down, don't put him in positions to fail. And I wonder if this is going to affect Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. So those are some of your winners and losers. Bruce, you need a lock. We don't do locks, but we'll do our best to try and give you some of our really good opinions. So I'll do all around the world and then Lakers and Trailblazers after Steve. Hopefully we can get you a winner here. But let's bring in Steve Merrill. Steve, are you getting worried about Jaden Daniels here? This is starting to become a little bit of a trend.
You know, my strongest NFL season wins totals play was Commanders under, what was it, 9.5, I believe. And I put in the handicap, and I think I gave it out free here on the show as well this summer. I think you and I talked about it. And I said, we always lean under in NFL totals or any futures play because everything's kind of priced to how it should play out. And then you've got injury, and in football, especially the injury risk and into a key position. But I did handicap that injury risk more than ever because I've lived through too much of this. RG3, the third, went down his sophomore season with the Redskins. Daniels last year just looked so frail out there to me. I could not comprehend how he made it through the season last year. He looked like a 160-pound twig out there getting hit all the time. So I really thought there was a high injury risk, and he is such a key player to this team. But then there was also, other intricacies. I thought the Commanders were vastly overrated last year. Their defense was still bad last year. They're bad this year. And then you factor in that risk. So I'm not surprised by that at all, and I almost feel like it was somewhat predictable. And I do think it's going to be an issue going forward. You cannot play in the NFL. We saw that Robert Griffin III, and Daniels looks even more skinny and frail than he did. So can't have a running quarterback. Lamar's the exception, but he's been hurt this year as well. So I think it's just not the game plan you want for a long-term success rate in the NFL is having your quarterback getting hit all the time.
Yeah,
guys, I just wanted to say something. Interestingly enough, and this is just like weird category. I don't know if you saw that where he got injured last night was the exact same yard line, exact same down, and the exact same opponent that RG3 had his horrific injury against. And it's the same thing that happened to this Redskins team, to this Washington Commanders team. Alex Smith got injured at the same exact yard line, same exact down that Joe Theismann broke his leg.
Right. I was just going to say, I thought you were going to say
how wild
Smith.
Is that?
I was going to say Theismann got hurt the same spot as Smith.
Yeah, same spot,
that.
Same yard line. It's uncanny how crazy that is. So just something of note that I saw that I thought was just absolutely mind-blowing.
And as a side note, Andy, because this is what matters when you see my background, obviously, is that we cannot have the Commanders succeed. This is the best possible scenario for getting the Redskins back. I said last year, had they beaten the Eagles, they never would have changed the name back. I mean, if they make the Super Bowl, you're never changing the logo back. But the fact that they fell flat on their face, which was probably my strongest NFL play this season, was the Eagles in that championship game. There is hope in D.C. and the stadium. And they were talking about 2030 now, building a new stadium where RFK is right now in D.C. That would be the time to do it. So we need some really bad seasons coming up here for not my Washington Commanders to get my Washington Redskins back in D.C. in about 5 years.
Well, let's talk about a game tonight. Cardinals, Cowboys. Looks like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett. That's what we expected when the season started. So we have Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals here. We got Dallas at -3 over under 53.5. How do you break this game down?
So I did a standalone video for this late Friday into Saturday morning. We always posted about a couple days before the games to get everyone the information. I mentioned going into the weekend that we did not know for sure who the quarterback was going to be. Kyler Murray was questionable. He had practiced this week, but he has been ruled out most likely with the foot injury. Brissett is listed as the starter tonight. And I also put it on the video. I had no problem with that. If you look at the overall numbers this season, Jacoby Brissett has a better quarterback rating. He averages over a yard per pass more. I think Murray does give more of a mobile threat against the Cowboys. But the fact remains, Dallas is one of the worst defensive teams in the league. They're bottom 5 in pretty much all the metrics I look at. And I do feel like Arizona can move the ball in this game. And I don't mind having Brissett at quarterback. He's played well the last few weeks. I know the Cardinals have lost 5 straight, but you look at some of their recent losses. The last 2 weeks, more than a touchdown dog at Indianapolis and against Green Bay, 2 of the best teams in the league. They lost by 4 points in each of those games. You also look at who Dallas has beaten this season. They beat not my Washington Commanders, but then they took it on the chin by 20 points after winning by 22. They lost by 20 against Denver, lost to Carolina a couple of weeks ago. We had a best bet on Carolina in that game. Beat the Jets, who are horrendous. Beat the Giants back in week 2, who were really bad at the time, and gave up 37 points and over 400 yards to a Giants team that scored 6 and 9 points in their other 2 games on each side. Dallas can't stop anybody. And I do think the Cardinals can move the ball a little better than expected. I don't want to say Arizona's an underrated team right now because I still think they're one of the worst teams in the NFL. But this line looks fishy, and I know a lot of people like to use that term trap game. Well, not a surprise. The public is all over Dallas at -3, and we are seeing 3.5s. I pointed this out in my Fade the Public video for this weekend. that Dallas is one of the most public sides here in Week 9. We use it as a filter, but as I just mentioned, there are other reasons to like Arizona tonight, and that extra public filter is a bonus. And because of it, we're now seeing 3.5. So if you like, Crackman talked about shopping around. There is zero excuse not to get Dallas -3 or Arizona +3.5 right now, depending on which side you like. I prefer the Cardinals side, and I definitely like them more at +3.5. And I don't mind having Brissett at quarterback tonight on Monday.
It's crazy to say. I mean, somebody in this chat, when Brissett started the first game, he was like, Brissett's going to be better for the Cardinals. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
He hasn't been. He has not been worse. We can argue that, but he has not been worse. That's a fact.
That's the truth. College basketball is here. Florida versus Arizona. We got Florida -3.5, over under 163. I don't know anything about these teams. What do you know?
None of us know anything about any of these teams, and don't let anybody fool you. You could say, well, there's 100 college basketball. I think there's 50 on the main card tonight. There's 50 on the bonus card tonight. There's 100 college basketball games, and there's hardly anybody that knows anything about any of these teams. It's just that simple, because none of these guys have played together before. None of these guys play preseason games. Everybody, by the way, starts tonight. That's why there's so many games. We used to have some of those floater-in games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays before. November 3rd is the official start of college basketball. 8 a.m. this morning, we had that Queens-Winthrop game, and it's going all night long. This is the spotlight game tonight on TNT and True TV. Get Steve Merrill and Impractical Jokers on True TV afterwards. This is a huge game, though, and it's in T-Mobile Arena, 7 p.m. Eastern, neutral court in Las Vegas. Obviously, a little bit of a side edge maybe for Arizona as far as travel, but Florida's the defending national champs. They were a dominant team last year. But as is often the case, you have to reload in college hoops every year. Walter Clayton Jr. is gone to the NBA. The one edge I do see for either team tonight is maybe Florida's front court strength. Alex Condon is back, their leading rebounder. Hagler. They also brought in a couple transfers in the backcourt. And while they're transfers, they're experienced. They got a Xavier Lee from Princeton, one of the best Ivy League players last year. Boogie Flan from Arkansas comes over to another SEC team, which is a very interesting situation. With that said, though, this is a big total because Arizona's bringing in basically an entire new cast. They have some of the best recruits in the country. They have a top 10 ranked freshman coming in. But as I said earlier, they haven't played together yet. And they have to replace leading scorer Caleb Love, who's also now surprisingly in the NBA. The total on this game briefly opened around 159, 160 at some of those offshore books. Quickly got bet up to 163.5. But then you look at the other books, like South Point opened 163.5. Bovada, one of the more square books offshore, opened 163.5. It hasn't moved. Circa, a sharp Vegas book, opened 163.5, and it's now down to 162. So my point is, if you see that opening line at 159 up to 163, you think it got smashed by sharp money. We're talking about very low limit bets that moved it. And while the pace for both of these teams are both top 50 tempos last year, it's hard to make a case for an under normally with either Florida or Arizona. I'm hard-pressed to get over 163.5 now with brand-new players on both sides. And as I mentioned earlier, a strong front court for Florida, which I think can also negate offensive rebound, second chance points for Arizona. So I'm going to lean Gators -3.5. I'd rather have the more experienced team, and I use experience lightly because both teams have a lot of new pieces. And by the way, the point spread hasn't moved at all, 3.5. So, very little movement on this game. I think the numbers are sharp. I would lean Florida 3.5. And would not be shocked to see this game a little lower scoring, even though the tempo might be there. Could also lean to a lot of turnovers from players that aren't familiar with each other. Under 163.5. I know I always say play the big totals over. I think this one could be a little bit different here in game one of college hoops because don't let anybody fool you. As our friend Dave Sherman used to say, nobody knows nothing. Might never be more appropriate than game one, night one in college basketball.
I love that. Nobody knows.
Wasn't
nothing.
that Dave's line? I was
yeah.
channeling my Dave Sheridan. What a great line.
It was a little more colorful.
Nobody
knows squadoosh is what he would do for the family shows like WagerTalk today.
Yeah, exactly. Right as I said that, I was like, it was something a little more graphic, and then I remembered it was like fanoosh, or yeah, exactly. But Andy, the thing is, Crackman was right. Like you find there's 100 games on the board. You can find one or two spots, but what I highly recommend people doing is don't try to handicap 360 college basketball teams all season. Specialize. And if you want to do smaller conferences, that's fine. I personally like the bigger conferences because I think you get a cleaner handicap as far as talent. The problem there, though, is that November and December are really dicey with the big boy conferences because it's all transfer portal. And that's why, I start my college basketball top 25 video in January. We do that after the football season ends.
Smart.
You will not be seeing my college basketball top 25 video in November, folks. I know many of you are asking, but no, that ain't going to happen because it's not fair to you because there's a lot of uncertainty right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at college football. Wasn't Clemson, weren't they like ranked top 5? And now it's like
Penn State was ranked pretty high too, if I recall.
Yeah, it's like, are these teams going to
Florida
make it to a
State
bowl?
was ranked pretty high a few weeks after they weren't ranked, and now they're not ranked again.
Nobody knows Squadouche. All right, let's
really
talk
is a good
NBA tonight. Mavericks versus Rockets. This Rockets team, they had that injury to Van Vliet, and Amen Thompson done a pretty admirable job here. And you got the Mavericks, we got Rockets as pretty big favorites here tonight. How do you break down this game?
Injuries, we talk injuries, but let's talk about Dallas. Anthony Davis is likely out again tonight. He missed the game against Detroit on Saturday after playing only 7 minutes against the Pacers. And to say that was a big loss would be an understatement. We know he's injury prone, right? But he really started the season strong. He had played 32 minutes or more in each of the first 4 games, rather, I believe. And he'd had double-doubles in each of those games, including over 22 points every time. He went out early in just 7 minutes. He'd already had 4 points, 4 rebounds against Andy Lang's Indiana Pacers. And they won that game 107-105. And we often see that, right? We talk about play the team that's shorthanded. Even in-game it works. It did not work against Detroit, though, on Saturday. They lost by 12. And this is a Dallas team that's going to be up against it. NBA props, if you want to play some Cooper Flag props, he probably is going to do more heavy lifting tonight. And D'Angelo Russell as well. Russell hasn't started a game this season, and he's the team's leading scorer coming in tonight with Davis out. Davis averaging 21 points a game, Russell only 14, Flag at 14, PJ Washington at 14. So maybe one of those guys' player props over could be worth a look, as they'll have to do some more heavy lifting without their star. If you're going to play the side here, I'm not a fan of laying 12 in a low-profile NBA game on Monday night. But once again, I just don't think we're going to necessarily get that NBA injury bounce now that Davis has been out for a couple games. It works better in the first game or even the end game like it did against the Pacers. This line opened 12. It's now up to 12.5, even 13. So a little bit of early money in on Houston. And we've definitely seen money on the under, open 229 down to 225. And I think some of that's probably just based on injury information with Davis out. But, that's kind of funny. Yes, he's the leading scorer, but he's also probably the best defensive player. He gets over 10 rebounds a game, averages almost 1.5 blocks a game, and also leads the team in steals. How crazy is that? Anthony Davis leads the Mavericks in steals. So I would lean Houston in this one tonight. It's a big number. Really want nothing to do with the Mavericks. I think a better option might be some of those secondary scorers, player props over like D'Angelo Russell, Cooper Flag, or PJ Washington for the Dallas Mavericks tonight on Monday.
Great breakdown, Steve. Yeah, I will throw in there. We cashed on Isaiah Stewart, the backup center for Detroit when they played without Anthony Davis. You can take the opposing centers.
Ooh, I like
that. Against this Dallas team. I mean, they got Gafford and Washington trying to play center and power forward, and it's a physical mismatch.
So Andy, we got Seguns, the second leading scorer for the Rockets this season, and in his 5 games, he's played more minutes than anybody. He's averaging 36.5 minutes, and he's averaging 22 points a game, 8.5 rebounds. So I like where you're going with that. He's already having a great season. And Steven Adams, I believe, is leading the team with 9.5 rebounds, but he's only playing about 22 minutes a game. So hard not to see one of those guys having bigger games than normal.
Yeah, absolutely. They got out rebounded in that game pretty easily. Someone asked a few seconds, William and Mary, how's your alma mater? What do you have? Any expectations?
So they're playing. This is funny. You said that school you talked about earlier. I think you were making it up. I believe that the one name you gave.
The biblical. Yeah.
Well, the reason I was wondering if it was maybe real, like an hour ago, Andy, I would have thought you were 100% kidding, but now I'm not so certain because William and Mary tonight opens with Georgian Court. Now I've seen that on the schedule all year, and they are charging. It's one of my season tickets, so I'm like, that's kind of messed up that they're playing a travel team. Like I figured maybe it was like from the country Georgian, like they're all like ex-college players that played in Croatia or Georgian. But then I see that they're called the Lions. They got a nickname. So of course I go down the AI rabbit hole. ChatGPT tells me an hour ago that it is a Division II team in New Jersey. So here we go. And they were like 6-23 last year. But they've actually got one of the best Division II guards in the country. And he's coming back apparently. I don't know why he didn't go somewhere. So we'll see. But yeah, this is what we're talking about, the uncertainty. I mean, it's like they're playing a team that an hour ago I didn't know existed and didn't know was a real college basketball team. And that's not on the betting rotation, obviously. But yeah, and also big picture, though, I did think of this. Be careful, whatever stats you're using for college hoops. and it probably does include that game. Like I think ESPN stats are going to probably include that game tonight against a bad Division II team. How many games does it take to work that out of the mix when they beat them by 50 tonight, right? And then you're looking at 3 more games. So be very careful with the data sources you're using for college hoops. That'll be my betting 101 advice here for Monday, November 3rd, the start of the college basketball season.
All right. What do you have up for clients on this Monday?
Big Monday, 9 NBA games, about 100 college hoops games, Monday Night Football. But don't forget, college football resumes this week as well. A ton of weeknight games. I do standalone videos for all the college weeknight football games for the most part. When I see some edges, let you know which way I'm looking. Always do the NFL prime game on Thursday, 8-2, 80%. Several people afterwards on Thursday said, Steve, you missed it on the Baltimore-Miami game. Well, I didn't really like the game. I said that in the video, but I try to give you something. So instead of 8-1, we're now 8-2. On Thursday Night Prime. And Sunday, Monday Night Football, I do have that standalone Cardinal Cowboy deep dive video with more information for tonight free as well. And also an NBA best bet tonight. Strong NBA best bet for my clients at WagerTalk.com. And right now you can still get some great all-sport, all-access specials. Baseball ended yesterday. And yes, it was yesterday because the game went past midnight into Sunday, East Coast time. Baseball ends yesterday. College hoops starts tonight. That means you can get 4 major sports going every day. College and pro basketball, college and pro football, for one price with an all-sport, all-access, 7 days for $99 or 30 days for just $100 more with promo code SM199. 30 days for $199, SM199. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And, oh, yeah, don't forget about the daily free play on my page with analysis. Check it all out and get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM.
Steve Merrill, thank you so much. Shout out to your Washington Commanders. Shout out to William and Mary, all the teams.
Your Washington Commanders. Don't you bring that? Don't you bring that back to Major League? Don't you bring that bad mojo on me, Andy Lang?
Oh, have a great Monday, Steve. Thanks very
Andy.
much. Can't wait to catch up with you. All right, let's do all around the world. While we're doing that, we have a couple things that are up, guys. Our Monday Night Football best bet is up. We are 14-4 on primetime games. I have no idea why the primetime plays in NFL work so well, but they've been working. There was one play that stood out, so that is available. We also have our NBA and NHL props pack that is up. If you got that special that we're still running, it's 7 days for only $69 for my NBA and NHL props. If you got that when we released it on Friday, you are a happy subscriber. We had a monster weekend in NBA and NHL props. So we got 2 NBA and 1 NHL props right now. If you just want to pack, fine. We really highly recommend trying to do this 7 days. We want you to get a full 7 days so you see how we approach the props market and how we can build your bankroll. So 9-3 to start the NBA season. This is my bread and butter. This is what I do. Yeah, thank you, Cody. Yeah. It's the NBA props are freaking awesome, man. This is what we do. This is how we build bankroll. So, all right, let's do some free plays. Let's go all around the world, and we will start with the Monday Night Football game. Zonova night, I'm going rush attempts over 12.5. The Cowboys give up 22.5 rush attempts per game to running backs. And Knight, he only had 14 last game, but Michael Carter had 7 carries for 11 years. Terrible efficiency. I look for them to rely on Zonova Knight a little bit more tonight. We're going the Pacers, Bucks, AJ Green over 8.5 points. He's gone over this every game this season. He's averaging 28 minutes. He's averaging 7.3 shot attempts. 5 of those are threes. And he's making over 3 3-pointers per game. He's getting over this total just with 3-pointers. So this is a great number at 8.5. And my Pacers, they have so many injuries. It's just not hard for teams to score on them. So Green over 8.5 points. And then we're going to go to NHL, Maple Leafs, and Penguins. Stolarz over 23.5 saves. He's gone over this in 8 out of 9 games. The Penguins, they don't put a ton of shots on goal, but they do put over 26 shots on goal. I think this is 1 or 2 saves a little bit low here. So Stolarz, we probably just keep riding the streak of him going over his over his saves here. All right, let's break down the Lakers here and the Trailblazers. We got a nice game here. Lakers and the Trailblazers. Trailblazers are -3.5 at some books. This Lakers team opened at -1.5. Money has come in to move this to Portland -3. Over-under sits at 236. There's some 236.5s out there. This Trailblazers team has started off the season good. They're 4-2. Lakers are 5-2. Now, the Lakers, the big story is they're off of a back-to-back. 10-point win last night against the Miami Heat. Luka and Reeves played 38 minutes each. They're having to do a lot of the heavy lifting with LeBron out. Ayton is questionable. I'm not sure what his injury is. He didn't play last night, but I'm wondering if they just don't want to play him in back-to-back. So monitor the Ayton injury because that's a big one. Portland, believe it or not, is number 1 in pace. The Lakers are 22nd, so you have a little clash of styles there. Lakers are 10th in offensive efficiency. Makes a lot of sense with Luka and Austin Reeves playing as well as they are. Portland is 21st. I think the biggest surprise about this Portland team is their defense. They're 5th in defensive efficiency. Lakers are only 18th. Now, Portland lost 2 out of their first 3, but they have won 3 straight, and they already beat the Lakers 122-108, but you have to remember, Luka did not play in that game. Holiday has been absolutely fantastic. I don't expect him to keep up his great play for the entire season. He's a little bit older, but at the beginning of the season, he's just been fantastic. Aji has been great for them. Those two were fantastic against the Lakers. If Ayton plays tonight, he has made a big, big difference inside for the Lakers. They are top 4 in opposing centers scoring against them. So Ayton has been a real net positive when he plays. Now, the Lakers are 2nd in the league in field goal percentage. This back-to-back has me a little bit worried, but this is the beginning of the season. I don't think they're going to be that tired. I will happily take the Lakers +3, +3.5. If you're going to play this, look for that 3.5 that's out there on a few books. Even if Ayton doesn't play, I still like them to cover this spread. No opinion on the total, but if you're looking for player props, this was a client play last night. Jake Ravia. We had him over his rebounds. This guy ended up playing 35 minutes last night. He scored 25 points. This guy's getting real minutes. You can look at his points. You can look at his rebounds as a really solid player prop in this game. So we got the Lakers +3, +3.5, and Jake LaRavia to go over his points and his rebounds. All right, it's going to do it for you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Great show. Thank you to Yanni. Thank you to Bill. Thank you to Steve. Thank you to Dan, as always. And thank you to you guys for watching. Make sure you hit the like button. It really helps us out. Leave us a comment. Tell us what your best bet is for tonight in the comment section. Buckle up. Tomorrow is $5 Tuesday. We're going to have a locked and loaded show. Going to get some more winners out to everyone. So good luck on your college basketball bets. Good luck on Monday Night Football, NBA, NHL, loaded slate. We're going to do it again.
Welcome back, everybody, to WagerTalk TV. It is Saturday, November the 1st, and I got a winner in the Monday Night Football matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Dallas Cowboys. Will Dallas be able to bounce back with a win after suffering a loss last week? Will the Arizona Cardinals be able to respond, pending on who's at quarterback, Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett? In any event, I have those answers and much more, so stay tuned. Couple friendly reminders, and then we'll get to the pick and analysis, folks. If you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please take a second to do so. Hit that subscribe button for WagerTalk TV. It's right in the bottom right-hand corner of your page, and you'll be privy to some of the best sports betting experts in all the world right here at WagerTalk TV. And provide yourself a nice convenience after you subscribe by clicking on that alert notification bell for WagerTalk TV, and you'll be notified immediately upon any of our great content going up on our great channel. Be kind enough to give my video a like, folks. It goes a long way in showing a small token of your appreciation for the work, time, and effort I put into bringing you a quality free pick winner and doing my best to put you in the winning side of the ledger each and every time I appear, and I've done a pretty good job at that over the last 15 months, folks. So just be kind enough to give me a like, and it keeps the people over at WagerTalk TV happy with me, and when that happens, everything's good, because I'm certainly trying to keep you happy each and every time. Let us know who you like on the Week 9 NFL card. Week 9, is it? Yeah, I believe Week 9. Anyway, on Sunday's NFL card. I lose track when it gets this deep into the season, folks. Let me see here. Week 9. Week 9. Boy, oh boy. With a little bit of effort, I could be confused this morning. Anyway, right now, the Dallas Cowboys are a 3-point home favorite, and the total is 53.5. Kyler Murray is expected to play after missing the last 2 games. And this is according to ESPN and NFL insider Mike Garafolo, who's a pretty good source. But you know what? As a backup plan, Jacoby Brissett, in the last two games for Arizona, both starts for Brissett, he's really accounted himself very well, going 52 for 80, passing 65%, throwing for 599 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception. So he certainly is a pretty good backup plan for the Arizona Cardinals, especially against a porous Dallas defense that we'll get to in a second. The Dallas Cowboys have played 3-0 to the over at home this year. And in doing so, their offense, or the Dallas Cowboys in general, averaging 41.3 points per game. They've scored 40 points or more in all 3 home games this season. And those 3 contests that all went over averaged a combined 69.7 points per game. As a matter of fact, the Cowboys have gone 20-6 to the over in their last 26 home games. Additionally, since 2011, Monday night home favorites like the Dallas Cowboys will have a total of 50.5 or greater. They've played 8-1 to the over, and there's been a combined 65.8 points scored per game. So a rare instance in which we have a total of 50.5 or less on a Monday night, or greater, on a Monday night football game. And when it applies to the home favorite in that situation, 8-1 to the over. Wow. Anyway, Arizona has played 3-0 to the over in their last 3 games with a combined 50.3 points per game. Now, that's our current totals, 53.5. So, yeah, Ross, they've gone over the total in the last 3, but their average combined score is only 50.3. Well, let me put it to you this way. They are now going to be going up against a very porous Dallas defense. I already alluded to their statistics. They've been very, very, very porous defensively. As a matter of fact, they allow 404.6 yards per game, 6.4 yards per play, and 31.3 points per game. So Arizona should have their way in moving the ball against Dallas. Not only that, this is probably the most explosive, if not the most explosive offense that Arizona has played all season. So they'll be tested, that's for sure. And even if they pass the test against this Dallas offense, I don't see them holding Dallas to less than 30 points in this game. So I'm going with the Arizona Cardinals and the Dallas Cowboys over the total of 53.5 on Monday, November 3rd in the NFL. All right, speaking of the NFL, since week 3, folks, my NFL premium picks 15-6 since September 11th. My college football and NFL picks combined 38-17, 68%. Those are my premium picks, the ones that my clients pay for. And I'm on an all sports premium picks run over at WagerTalk right now of 21-7, a 75% run. And I've also made a net profit of 154 plus units since May 13th of this year. So a lot of good things happening, not only in college football and the NFL, not only just the NFL, but in all sports right now. Plenty of good all access plans to take advantage of right now. I think the best value on the board right now for myself, folks, is, look, I gave you the long-term all sports run streaks, and for $19.99 you get 365 days all access from yours truly in all sports. However, if you purchase that package and you use the promo code SAVE500 at checkout, that's SAVE500, SAVE 500, you're going to knock off $500 off that price, taking the price down to $14.99. That's a little over $4 per day, folks. And not only that, we're going to give you a 25% bonus coupon as well. And that bonus coupon involves any purchase for any other handicapper
or sports betting expert, whatever term you want to use, over at WagerTalk through the duration of the 365 days with me, you're going to get 25% off. That's any daily package, any subscription plan, whether it's 7-day, 30-day, 90-day, or 365 days, you're going to get 25% off through the entirety of that 365 days from any other sports betting expert at wagertalk.com. So take advantage of that. WT.buzz/RB is my direct link at wagertalk.com. You'll see all the pricing there. And there's several other very affordable rates in terms of my all access passes going on right now in the NFL, college football, NBA. College basketball starts on Monday too, folks. So take advantage of these offers. Until the next time, for Ross the Boss Benjamin and Wager Talk TV, take care and God bless.
What?
Welcome to Props and Parlays. Thanks for joining us. We got a big Monday Night Football game, Cardinals Cowboys. I'm your host, Andy Lang, being joined, as always, by my fellow prop betting expert, Andrew McGinnis. Andrew, we're going to break down this Cowboys Cardinals game. It's Jacoby Brissett, just like we thought when the season started. We thought we'd be giving out Jacoby Brissett props. Happy Monday. How was your weekend?
Andy, it was uneventful. I had a bad couple days in a row, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so I kept it very, very low volume. I didn't want to put things too much at risk. It's kind of had a huge heater the week before that, and started seeing the board not so well. So kind of picking our spots. One spot here, one spot there, and tonight just two plays: one hockey and one NFL. And I'm not going to be distracted by the big boards. It's so easy with the NFL and NHL for me to see a huge board. So just keeping it real light right now. But Halloween, always a fun weekend, no matter how old you get.
It really is. It's the holiday that just I get as excited than I did when I was a kid. I really truly do. I can't really say that about any other holiday. So, well, let's get into this game here, and we're going to start as always with passing props, and we'll do receiving props, rushing props, anytime touchdown, and then we're going to break down same game parlay. How we lost the same game parlay last week was about as excruciating as it gets. We had it, it cashed, and then they took away 4 yards because of a penalty. That was brutal. But yeah, these props these are leans that we have. We'll give you guys some props from each category. So if you want our official bets, those are up at WagerTalk. These are just some leans and some things to point you in the right direction. I'll get us started here. Andrew, I'm just going to take Jacoby Brissett over the passing. This is just a basic fade of the Dallas Cowboy defense. Brissett's actually shockingly been good, 279 and 320 in his 2 starts. Dallas is the worst pass defense in the league. I'm just stunned that I'm taking an over on Jacoby Brissett in 2025, but here we are. And I can't ignore just how good this it's been fading this Dallas defense. So just keeping it simple with Jacoby Brissett, just leaning on his passing yards. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I love about props. You can take a look at a guy like that. It's not because we love him. It's just because we think that he's going to be able to put up some numbers against the poor defense. We don't know how he's going to do with his actual stats and what he's going to do for the game. But I like, for me, the over 33.5 attempts for Brissett. I look, you can get 32.5 juice, or you can get 33.5 at plus money. That's what I locked in, plus 105 over 33.5 attempts. Last 2 games for him, he got this. And in one of those games, he put up 44. I mean, this is a team that's going to probably go down, but also going to be heavily reliant on him to end up having to make plays. And when they see how easily exposed this Dallas Cowboys defense can be, they're going to be airing it out. The problem is you're not going to be successful on all of those plays. So what I love about this one the most, when you see a guy like Brissett and you see the percentage that he has in some games for his pass completions, I want nothing to do with the completions prop. I want just the attempts. He could start off the game 4 for 8. He could start off the game 8 for 16. None of that matters to me. Just keep throwing the ball, get those attempt numbers up. And I'll tell you what, I'll be a big Cowboys fan in the first half, especially, Andy. So that way they have no choice but to throw the ball a ton. So I've had a lot of success recently backing some of these quarterbacks in these spots with the attempts. And you just got to hope that the running game definitely doesn't become part of the game in the second half.
I was staring really hard at this Dak Prescott 3+ touchdown passes at plus money. These Cardinals pass defense, though, they're not bad. They've only given up, 8 passing touchdowns this year? Now, they haven't faced great quarterbacks, but I don't know. It's Dallas. It's Dak inside on a fast surface. Like, is he going to throw 3? But I just can't ignore how good this Cardinals defense has been at not allowing passing touchdowns. It hasn't equated to wins. But as far as props, you just don't want to have overs against this Cardinals pass defense. So we move on to receiving. Coming to you first. I like 3 of these on the Cowboys, but interested in your take where you're going for the passing or for the receiving props tonight.
I got one. I'm just going to go with Jake Ferguson under 40.5 receiving yards. I think that overall, a lot of this bet isn't just based on really anything against Ferguson. More so that I do expect the run game to end up being a part of the offense heavily for this Cowboys team, specifically in the second half. Looking at his utilization, it's been very on and off. Like, we have 1 game with 1 target, 1 game with 7, 1 game with 1 target, 1 game with 3. This guy he has a 1 big game and then a quiet game following after that. But this Arizona team has actually been respectable against the tight end position. And I just think with how spread out the offense is going to be for Dallas and how much I expect them to use the running back position, I don't think he ends up being a huge part of the game. So we'll take under 40.5 receiving yards for Jake Ferguson.
It's really interesting. I was looking at Jake Ferguson over his receptions because the Cardinals, they don't give up a lot of yards, but they do give up receptions. So it's a lot of dink and dunks, and they're giving up 6.7 receptions per game to tight ends. Their defense, their rush defense is pretty good. And he didn't have any catches last week, but the Broncos 3rd best against tight ends. So how's that for a non-correlated same-game parlay? Ferguson over 4.5 receptions and under 40 yards. That'd be a nice, juicy one. I'm looking at Pickens, and if it ain't broke, don't mess with it. Over 62.5. He's just been fantastic this year. He had 30 in the first game with the Cowboys, and then he's been over in 6 out of 7. I don't care if Lamb is playing or not. He's just been great. He's got really good connection with Dak on those long outside shots. So I'll keep going with that. And then a sneaky one here. Javonte Williams under 2.5 receptions. 2 straight games with only 1 catch. And I thought it was interesting, Andrew. Last week, 8 people caught a pass for Dallas, but only 2 of them had more than 2 catches. That was Pickens and Lamb. So this is Javonte who's being used in the run game, but not a whole lot in the passing game recently. So Javonte Williams under 2.5 receptions was something that I was looking at. I might dip my toes in the anti-Javonte receiving game tonight here. So
and you're
Monday night.
Sorry, I was going to say you were talking about the correlated parlays. You talked about George Pickens. I mean, you got to think the longest reception for Pickens and then longest completion for Dak. If you like one, you like the other. That might be something we could start looking at. Like, obviously, those are 2 correlated parlays and not as crazy as the one we were talking about a few moments ago with the receptions and yards. But you got to think, like, anytime that prop bet hits for Dak, it's seemingly just this one player, right? So if you like that for Dak, you probably like it for Pickens as well. It could be something good to look at.
Yeah, I'm looking at his stats right now. It's 30. First off, it's 37.5. That's a very long pass. He's only done it 3 times this year, and he's kind of danced around that number, but they got it so high that it seems to be going under, just barely. So let me pull up here what Pickens' longest catch would be. It's only 24.5. So you're on to something there that you're probably, if you're going to play like a longest something, it's probably Pickens' longest catch because he went under last week. That's against Denver. That's to be expected. But before that, 44, 45, 43, 28. So this is something that Pickens has been pretty good at. So I would, if you're going to play a longest reception, you're getting like a 13-yard discount on Pickens on that one. So, Andrew, it's Monday. We got Monday Night Football. We got NBA in full swing. We got NHL. College basketball is now starting. So what do you have up for everybody on this loaded Monday?
College basketball is back when it's a Monday morning. We're live doing props and parlays, and there's games going on as we speak. College basketball is back. I don't know who's going to those games right now, but as I mentioned earlier, Andy, one best bet for NHL, one best bet for the NFL, and it is, of course, a player prop for me tonight. So looking forward to it. We did lose the big bet on Thursday last week, but 19-7 is the run with NFL player props. I'm still proud of it. We'll still look to keep on going, and tonight will be my only play of the week in the NFL. So looking forward to this play, and the NHL play is a team total play. As long-term, those have been my best plays over the last 2 seasons, so we'll try and keep it going. How about yourself? What do you have going?
Just one best bet in NFL. Primetime bets have just been money, 14-4 this year. Again, I don't have an explanation why primetime bets have been really good, but hey, why question it? And it's NBA season, and I come on all these shows and I keep saying, guys, NBA and NHL props is one of the best ways to build your bankroll. We're 9-3 to start the NBA season. We're number 1 in props over the last 2 seasons, and it's just this hidden gem market that everybody is sleeping on, not us. So we have 2 more NBA props that we're really excited to cash. We're coming off a huge weekend. So we got Monday Night Football best bet that is up, and we've got our 2 NBA best bets. And I'm going to probably attach any NHL props that we have to that NBA pack. So you're going to get like an NBA NHL combo. So
sweet.
It's pretty dope, man. Let's do rushing props here. I'll start us off. Zonovan Knight, I'll take his rush attempts over 12.5. Cowboys give up 22 rush attempts per game to running backs. And he only had 14 carries last week, but I found it interesting that Michael Carter had 7 carries and he only had 11 yards. That's like absolutely atrocious efficiency. So if you're the Cardinals and you're going, well, where are we getting that best bang for our buck? It's Zonovan Knight. So you give me a Cowboys defense that gives up 22.5 rush attempts and I get the number 1 back and the number's 12.5. I'll gladly take the over on the rush attempts. And then I'll take Dak over 2.5 rush attempts. He's had 5 and 6 the last 2 weeks. He's gone over the last 2 games against the Cardinals. And we love these low numbers on quarterbacks if you think they have a chance to win because kneel downs count. If you get any kneel downs at the end of the half or the end of the game, you're probably going to fly over this 2.5 rush attempts. So he's healthy. That's the other big thing. We've seen Dak not healthy and not run, but I can't argue with 5 and 6 over the last 2 weeks. What rushing props do you like?
Oh, man, Andy, I told you it's going to be a low volume day for me, so I was going to only have a couple here ready for you today. And that was actually one of the ones I was looking at. And I'm not going to talk anybody off the yardage either. Like 7.5 is the number there. The under is hit in 10 of his last 14 games played overall. We've got Arizona 6 in rushing yards versus quarterbacks. They're good in rushing yards defense overall. But as you mentioned, kneel downs do count as far as attempts are concerned. But this is still a guy that's been getting those attempts. He gets opportunities. And I think that if we see them really starting to pressure him, we know that's when he gets moving the most. So I think in this particular game, we're going to see them have no choice, Arizona, but to utilize their pass rush and kind of go all out blitz at Dak. And if they do, that's when he's going to run. He never runs if he has time in the pocket. Like, he will just stand there and go through his reads and try and make the right decision. But if he gets rushed and he feels under pressure, I think he'll go. And this 7.5 number, I think if you go down the list against teams that he's been able to hit this, it's been teams kind of like the Cardinals, teams in the same spot in the standings as the Cardinals. So I find like in these huge marquee matchups, that's where Dak's not really running. But in this particular matchup, I think he will. So, and you said you were anti-Williams this one here, Andy?
Well, just anti-receiving.
Okay.
Like he's been used a lot in the running game, but he's just not being involved in the pass game recently, which is interesting because that was kind of what he was used at more in Denver. But when you got CeeDee Lamb and Ferguson and Pickens, you don't really need to use Javonte Williams. So I like him to rush, but again, this is a Cardinals defense that is not bad. It's been the offense that's been the problem for Arizona. Their defense has been fine. Like, honestly, you put that defense on a team with a really good offense, they're going to win a lot of games. So I'm not in on the Javonte in the receiving props.
I just like looking at the attempts. Like I find that attempts mean more to me when I'm looking at a guy than yards does over the last couple of weeks, because it's just looking at how many opportunities is this player getting. And then when you look at the opponent's ranking versus a certain position and how they do well against a certain, rush or pass or whatever it might be, but he's getting opportunities against everybody. Like the lowest number of rushing attempts he's had in his last 5 games is 13. We're talking 13, 19, 16, 20. So he's getting his opportunities. So maybe this could be a good spot for him, even though we're seeing how good this Arizona running defense is. I think it could be a good opportunity. And maybe we're getting a good number on him for his rushing yards. So we'll see. I guess it all depends on game script and how this Cowboys team ends up doing in the first half, I'd say. So maybe it could be a look like in-game betting over for Williams on his rushing yards. Like, we'll see some passing, spread out offense, kind of more half and half. And then, if towards second half we see the Cowboys have a lead, then maybe we go ahead and look towards in-game bet on Williams.
If you guys could hit the like button, really helps us out. Please boost the algorithm and leave us a comment. Tell us what you agree or disagree with. Give us a same game parlay. Give us a prop, something in the comment section. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. My God, we're over 250,000 people, so we got to be doing something right. We have tons of breakdown videos. I mean, it's NBA season, it's NHL season, it's now college basketball season. We have live shows every single day. So hit that bell. You get notified when these videos pop up from your favorite handicappers. Andrew, let's move to anytime touchdown. Any of these guys jumping out to you? Trying to figure out who's going to score touchdowns tonight.
See, Andy, the problem is that last week I said on the show, like, oh, you know what? It doesn't matter about the price. Like, we got to pick winners. But then at the same time, I also don't want to come in here and we don't want to give out chalk all the time either. So it's kind of a tough one. We did hit the Kelsey one last week, which was like an okay number there. Like, McBride to me is an automatic pull. If you like Ferguson receptions, and I like him under on yards, that immediately sticks out to be a good TD bet, because maybe he could be just an end zone look and a guy that ends up having a good game for the fantasy owners, but not a good game yardage-wise as well. I've been throwing out some of these every week, and I'm going to throw it out again. I'm going to take a look at George Pickens' first touchdown score, 9-1.
Yeah, McBride's the easy one. 3 touchdown catches in 2 games with Jacoby Brissett, and the books are all over that one. You want a little... Zay Jones all of a sudden has popped up, getting some stats. You get him at plus 475. So if you're looking for a deep kind of underdog, I think it might be Zay Jones. He was so bad last week, Michael Carter, but he is plus 275. What if this is one of those situations? The Bills did this to me. I have James Cook on a fantasy team, and James Cook gets him down to the field, and then they just bring in Ty Johnson because like James Cook needs his breather, or then Josh Allen rushes in. So what if Zonovan Knight gets him down to the 1 and he's tired, and they bring in Michael Carter, and all of a sudden anybody that has Zonovan Knight touchdown props is like, really? You serious? So those are a couple deep sprinkles there, but CeeDee Lamb at even money is not terrible. I would have thought he would have been kind of the chalkiest one, but Javonte sitting there at minus 165 is kind of a surprise for me. So I don't know how many times you're going to get CeeDee Lamb at plus 100 over the course of a season. So, all right, Andrew, let's build a same game parlay. We've not hit one this season. Last week was about as frustrating as it gets.
A penalty decided it. I had a 5% play on that game. I was cheering on my pick. I was cheering on your client play because you told me what it was. I'm like, all right, we got both client plays down. Let's hit the same game parlay. And a penalty is what screwed us. We were looking good,
so
man.
Bad.
And the game script worked out really well, too. The game script was working out perfectly.
We had it, we literally had it pegged. We had that thing pegged from the very beginning. And, that was a bummer. So, all right, well, I'll let you go first. What's your first leg here? We each get 2 legs. So what's your first leg?
Okay, I'm going to get a little bit soft on us here because we're desperate for a win. We need a W. We're scrolling back on the DraftKings slider for the alt yards, and we're not going to the right. We're going to the left. We're going George Pickens, 50-plus receiving yards. I mean, we look at his longest reception prop. That tells you all you need to know about what he's capable of, even on just one play. His targets have been really, really up, and although I do expect the running game to be a part of tonight's game for Dallas, I think George Pickens is going to see a ton of targets once again. So 50-plus yards for George Pickens.
All right, I'm going to go with Jacoby Brissett, 250-plus. This is minus 113. It's just a fade of this Dallas defense. They give up 1 million yards and completions, and Brissett's been very, very good. So this ties into the prop I mentioned earlier. His number is 245.5, but I just need this 250-plus passing yards. All right, what's your next leg?
All right, let's get a little bit better with this one. I'll go Williams, 70-plus rushing yards. I just think that although we know how good Arizona's running defense has been, the volume has been there for Williams. That's what's getting me to the window with this bet. The attempts have been there. And I feel like regardless of the outcome and how this game is going, I still think he'll get the ball in his hands. So 70-plus yards to Javonte Williams.
This is going to be great because the next leg that I have is it's kind of in tandem with Javonte, and believe it or not, this pushes it to 35-1.
What?
Yes, and it's not even that big of but I'm going Zonovan Knight will have the most rushing yards in the game. And I'm getting this at plus 180. So if you're taking Javonte to have 70 plus, then this makes it to where Zonovan needs to have a big. Listen, I'm looking at this Cowboys defense. They can't stop anybody. They give up 110 yards to running backs, and we went over how awful Michael Carter was last week. He's going to get a boatload of carries. I'm with you that Javonte is probably going to get there with volume. I think Zonovan's going to get there just because of how bad this defense is. So these games can turn into track meets. So give me Zonovan to have the most rushing yards. And yeah, this is a pretty insane parlay, man.
Andy,
Zonovan Knight.
I started us off with a minus 200 here. I thought we were going to have like a 15-1 today or something. Wow.
No, we're going to free roll for the next 2 seasons, Andrew, with tonight's winner. So to recap, we got Zonovan Knight, most rushing yards, George Pickens, 50-plus receiving, Jacoby Brissett, 250-plus passing, and Javonte Williams, 70-plus rushing yards. Let's go, man. Let's get this home. Let's get this 35-1.
You're making me
home.
feel soft, man. A plus 180 and I got a minus 200, man. Come on. All right.
Yeah, the fact we got
it.
Fact we got it to 35-1 is quite frankly a miracle. So, all right, one more time, Andrew. What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk today?
It's a 19-7 NFL player prop run. Those are pretty much the only type of the bets that I'm releasing in the NFL right now. No totals, no sides, no team totals. just the player props. So one best bet, 4% in the NFL for tonight. And we got one NHL team total for tonight. So full transparency, been a tough couple of days. We actually started off on a heater to October and ended October on a bad note. So it's kind of a wash of a month. So new month is here, November. We're hoping to kick some ass. And hey, 2 bets tonight. Let's hope for 2 winners. What about you, Andy? You ready with the best bet here tonight?
Yeah. Only one bet really stood out to where I want to bet it with my own money. So that is up. But NBA and NHL props have been where it's at. We're coming off a huge weekend. It was a ho-hum week, and then we really exploded over the weekend. So I love these NBA props. We're 9-3 this season, coming off of a couple straight NHL winners. So you want to get that pack, do that. I really do recommend our 7-day feature, though. It's available every day. So it's 7 days, and you're going to get NBA and NHL props, all of them, for only $69. We really recommend just giving us 7 days. That way you get to see how we operate, because you're going to see a lot of the same guys and a lot of the same teams that we fade over and over and over. So, one pack, hey, I think I'm going to be profitable. I don't know. But give me 7 days, and I think you're going to really see how we operate and how we build bankrolls with those props. So you want just one play, grab the Monday Night Football prop. We're on 14-4 in primetime games, which is still kind of funny that we just hit these primetime props. But if you're really serious about building a bankroll, let's invest in some of these props. And I'm with you, Andrew. I haven't done an NBA spread or total like in years. I just focus on the props, and it's the same with NFL. That's why we're sitting here doing this show. So, all right, that's going to do it for it, guys. Andrew, good luck on your bets tonight. Let's cash this 35-1 same game parlay. And guys, thank you very much for joining us. Hit the like button and leave us a comment in the comments section. Tell us your best bet. Tell if you agree or disagree with anything you've seen on the show. Good luck on your bets. Let's bet responsibly and get ready for $5 Tuesday tomorrow. Should be a great one. Good luck on your bets. We'll see everyone later. Take care.
When a team loses a heartbreaking game, you expect them to bounce back strong next time out and give everything they have. And they lose 2 heartbreaking games. A lot of times you expect them to come back the 3rd game and really step it up. When a team loses 5 heartbreakers in a row, you wonder, how much can they come back with? And that's exactly the case for the Arizona Cardinals. Right now, 5 consecutive losses, all in heartbreaking fashion. All games where literally one play would have turned defeat into victory. And instead, a team that started the season 2-0 is now 2-5. Let's talk about Arizona this week. They travel to Dallas, take on the Cowboys for Monday Night Football. Teddy covers WagerTalk.com with the big game breakdown for Monday night. Right now, looking at the Odds Logic live odds screen, I'm seeing the Cowboys -2.5. There were 3s out there, and the markets have, the wise guys took the 3s out. So 2.5 pretty much across the board for Dallas. Total 53.5, 53 for this ballgame. And I'm not shocked that the wise guys took out the 3s for Arizona. From a spot standpoint, you have Arizona coming off those 5 losses and a bye week, which is the reset time for the Cardinals. Meanwhile, Dallas, on the defensive side of the football, they don't have some bad numbers. They got some ugly UGLY, you ain't got no alibi numbers for the Cowboys on the defense side of the ball. And the markets tend to like teams off a losing streak and a bye week. And they tend to like to fade teams that have weak defensive numbers as favorites. And that's the case. Both of that are on full display for this game. Hence, the Arizona money that has come to take this line off of 3. And it's certainly reasonable. Let me put it, and then I'll put it this way. If I'm taking Arizona, I'm taking them +2.5, because that team can find a way to lose. And they've done it. They've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory again and again this season, including, they've had lost by 1, lost by 1, lost by 3, lost by 4, lost by 4. In all those games. And they were +7 against Green Bay. They covered the number. They were +10 against Indy. They covered the number. So it's not like that a bunch of people hate Arizona. They haven't been able to make any money. If you back them plus the points, you've done all right, even in this road dog roll. But in this point spread range, you're asking them to win, or at least come pretty darn close. And I get it. Dallas, from a defensive standpoint, their numbers are, again, as ugly as it gets. And it's been consistently ugly for Dallas. It's not like they've had one bad performance last week, giving up 44 to Denver. They gave up 30 to Carolina and got Rico Dowdled in that ballgame. They gave up 40 to Green Bay, 31 to Chicago, 37 to the G-Men. Not great offenses, some of these. And still, and we even heard Jerry Jones talking about it last week after the game, because they were saying if Micah Parsons was here, we wouldn't have given up 44 to Denver. And then Jerry Jones was like, yeah, one player isn't the difference between this defense being good and bad. And he's right about that. Dallas is a defensive weaknesses pretty much on all three units. The pass rush hasn't been there. The linebacking core has been dicey. The secondary's been exactly what we expect. And it's a secondary that's still loaded with key injuries. So it's the good news for Dallas that Arizona's passing game just hasn't been there. Look, with Kyler Murray behind center, even with Jacoby Brissett behind center, we've seen a little bit from Larry Fitzgerald Jr. that says, yeah, I can play. We've seen a little bit from Trey McBride that says, yeah, I can play. But there's no one amongst the Arizona receiving core that is scaring opposing defenses. And Arizona's not a great running team either. This is an offense that is dink and dunk and try to find a way. And I'd much rather have teams that can get those quick strike touchdowns. Being able to score touchdowns in a way that's not a 10-play, 77-yard drive is a real positive when you're laying with a favorite. And that's what Dallas is here. Dallas is the team with the quick strike potential. Dallas is the team that has hope coming off of a loss like the one they suffered last week. It's, the put up or shut up time for the Cowboys on Monday night. And of course, the country loves to see Dallas get embarrassed on Monday Night Football. I don't think it happens here. And I think the better way to play this might well be the money line, as opposed to, again, Arizona's finding ways to lose tight games. They've done it all year. And no, I don't play a lot of money lines in the NFL, but I do sometimes when the line is shorter than a field goal. And this is one of those instances. So money line, Cowboys, is the way I would look for Monday night when they take on Arizona. I think they'll find a way to win it, and or Arizona will find a way to lose it. Check out my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. Check out the website, WagerTalk.com. Give us a like, give us a comment, give us a follow, and kick some ass this weekend. Best of luck with all your bets Monday night and beyond. Cheers.
Monday Night Football, Cardinals and Cowboys. I've got a free winner with analysis in this game coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And on the surface, this might seem like a mismatch and the line might seem cheap. Cowboys seem to be having a better season overall than the Cardinals, who are struggling and still have Kyler Murray questionable for this game. But the public feels the same way. In fact, this is one of the most public sides of the week, the Dallas Cowboys. And I think there's actually an opportunity here to fade the public and come with the Cardinals at +3 on Monday night. And I'll give you a few reasons why. Now, I'm doing this video on Saturday morning as we head into the weekend here. I always like to get these videos up nice and early for you. This will probably be posted on Sunday morning for you. And we might have more status update for Kyler Murray. He did practice this week. On Friday, he threw to the backup receivers. He's still listed as questionable. But backup Brissett is more than capable of stepping in here and playing well. In fact, Jacoby Brissett, the veteran backup, has a better rating this year, better yards per pass. He's averaging 1.5 yards more per pass, 7.4 yards per pass versus just 6.0 for Murray. Brissett has a solid 98 QB rating, Murray just 88.5. So regardless of the quarterback here, is I like the spot for the Cardinals, mainly because they're coming off the bye week. And I've always felt like the bye is kind of a contrarian indicator. If a team is doing well, they don't need the bye. If they're struggling, the bye comes at the right time. Well, the Cardinals are struggling. After starting 2-0 out of the gate, they've gone 0-5 straight up their last 5 games. But they've been competitive as they've actually covered 3 of those last 5, including the last 2 games without Kyler Murray. They went 2-0 against the spread, a 4-point loss against the Colts on the road, one of the best teams in the NFL, and then also a 4-point home loss against the Packers, who's also one of the best. Those might be the 2 best teams in the NFL right now, and the Cardinals kept them both within 4 points and covered both games. So while the Cowboys appear to be having the better season, when you dig deeper, Dallas has still only won 3 games this year. Yeah, they tied the Packers. That was impressive because they were an underdog in that game. But their win against the Giants in week 2 was not impressive. The New York Giants had scored single digits in their other 2 games to start the season. They scored 37, barely lost at Dallas. They weren't playing very good back then. The Giants got a little bit better after that when they made the quarterback switch. They also have a win against the Jets. Nothing impressive about that. And a win against not my Washington Commanders 2 weeks ago. Commanders can't stop anybody. Cowboys have moved the ball offensively, but the Cowboys can't stop anybody either. I rank them as one of the 5 worst defenses in the league. And you look at them statistically this year, they're giving almost 5 yards per carry, almost 8 yards per pass, 6.5 yards per play, and over 31 points a game. Cardinals' offense has been subpar this season, but one thing they have done is run the ball well. So if Murray's back, they'll have some mobility. If Brissett remains the quarterback, I think they have the better passer, to be honest. He has better numbers this season. So regardless who the QB is, I think the Cardinals can move the ball in this game and can trade points. And the over-under sure says that as well. This is an extremely high total. Opened around 51.5. It's already 53.5, 54 as we head into the weekend. I think the side, though, is the way to play this. Fade one of the most public plays this week, the Dallas Cowboys. Take a look at the Cardinals at +3. Some 2.5s out there. Maybe a 3.5 starts to show, but right now it's pretty much 3 across the board. At +3 or more, hold your nose and be contrarian with Monday Night Football with the Arizona Cardinals. That's at 8:15 Eastern on ESPN and ABC. What are your thoughts on this game? Side, total, player props. How are you attacking Monday Night Football? Drop them in the comments below. Hey, include some analysis if you have time. Let's learn and earn and win together here on WagerTalk TV. And don't forget, if you're liking these free play videos, all I truly ask is a quick thumbs up like. Comments are great, and I do read them and I reply back. But a quick thumbs up like takes 1 second. Click it, and I will keep these free videos coming. I've given you all the Thursday night games this year, all the Sunday and Monday night NFL games as well. A lot of times these aren't strong best bets. They're just analysis with free opinions, like TV leads. If you play them, 1% of bankroll is probably appropriate. But if you want my official best bets, go to my page at WagerTalk.com. Those are the 4% plays that I'm personally using and all my clients get as well. And this is a great time to be an all sports, all access client. Not only do we have college and pro football still going, we've got college and pro basketball here now as well. All 4 major sports. College hoops starts this Monday. All 4 major sports are going right now at one time. Get a 7-day sampler for just $99, no promo code needed. Or how about 30 days for just $100 more? 30 days for $199. Now, normally you'll see on the site it's $299, but at checkout, if you use promo code SM199, you get 30 days all access for just $199. So once again, 7 days for $99 or 30 days for $199 with promo code SM199. Or the best deal, if you're ready to take a serious, consistent investment approach all year long, as I highly recommend you do, how about getting all my best bets for about $1 a play? That's what you get with the 1-year all-access pass, because right now I'm offering an instant $500 discount, no promo code needed, plus a bonus 25% coupon included as well. That's on the main page right above the daily free play. That's right. I post a free play as well every day. And don't forget, that's the last cut from my best bet card, so it's a strong opinion, and it's hit over 70% the last 3 weeks for free. And that's been the last cut from my best bet card, which has also been red hot. We had a fantastic October, hitting well over 60% on best bets, and it continues now into November. Get my official plays each day, the exact same games I'm using. And by the way, it's been that way for the past 29 years since I became a full-time professional bettor and handicapper back in August of 1996. It's always been that way. If I use a play, I send it to my clients. Doesn't matter if you're a 1 day, a 1 week, a 1 month, or a 1-year subscriber. Once again, 7-day sampler for $99. 1 month for $199 with promo code SM199, or the best value, the instant $500 discount on the 1-year all access for about $1 a play. You'll get every college and pro football, basketball, and all of next year's baseball season as well. One additional note, that is a true 365-day subscription, because if I ever pass when it's a small card, as I sometimes do, I never force anything, you get an extra day added to your subscription. So you are insured of getting 365 days of best bets with that all sports access pass. No promo code needed, instant $500 discount. It's on the main page right above the daily free play. So even if you're new to betting, if you're doing your own handicapping, go to my page daily, get the free play with analysis, and also check out those best bets and special offers. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Hey, get there quicker with shortcut wt.buzz/SM. Thumbs up, like, comments below if you're finding these videos useful. And also click subscribe and click the bell as well. You'll never miss one of these free play videos. Click subscribe and click that bell for an instant alert when I post a free play video each and every day here on the channel. And don't forget to follow me on social media as well, at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into another episode of Profit Picks. If you show by being transparent, we didn't do any shows over the weekend, but the weekend was not good for me. NFL did a little too much. Went 4-4. My top play did win in the NFL though. NBA, it's like I was going 1-2 like every day, so I need to change some things around and get back on track in NBA. It is good to be back with you. I'm not feeling the best today, but I'm gonna power through. How you doing today?
We're good today, Ski. Off a lot of action. I mean, for those who do have interest in college basketball, there's over 100 games on top of everything else that we're looking at here. So light sleep last night, trying to prep for college hoop as well as everything else we have going on. But this is an NBA show. I didn't play yesterday. I probably should have. Would have had a couple of wins mixed in if I had gone NBA yesterday. But NFL 3-2, college football Saturday brought back, I think, 8.5 units. So it's been a profitable weekend here, Ski. We'll see if we can extend that into today with the this is an extensive Monday NBA card for sure.
Yeah, and a lot going on, like you said, college basketball. So lot going on today. Nice work on football over the weekend, though. All right, so we'll get into it. Today will be a little bit different from myself. I got sick over the weekend, and it was hard for me to do my normal work this morning. So I'll cap these games out as we go along. I do have a couple of plays already made today, and if you know, you should be making a college bet today too. So, all right, let's get started here, Rob. First game up, Milwaukee, Indiana opened up -6, looks like 6.5. Total open 233.5, looks like 235.5. We'll call the consensus there. Giannis is probable. KPJ out. For Indiana, same laundry list of injuries. Toppin, Nembhard, McConnell, Mathurin, Jones, all out. Dennis, questionable. Furphy, probable. This is the first time the Bucks will see the Pacers since they were eliminated in the playoffs. The Bucks are coming off of a loss. The Pacers coming off of a win as an underdog there. So could be, a little bit more of a hungry Bucks team here tonight. And the Pacers didn't win. I'm kind of getting mixed up.
No, they
here.
did. You're right.
They did. Okay.
They beat
they're
Golden
off.
State. You're right.
There you go. They're off a win as a dog. Here's my thing. Giannis always kills this team. I know that, a little bit different players in the lineup today, but I don't see anybody stopping him from getting to the paint today. If the Warriors would have kept feeding Kuminga, they might have won the game. And Giannis is way more dominant than Kuminga. So I could see him feasting today. I like his rebounds. I looked at it at 11.5. I'm pretty sure he's cleared that his last few games versus the Pacers, and he's averaging a little bit over 13 this year. Also, have to think about Miles Turner. He's been doing a lot of talking this offseason. And Tyrese is not a tough guy, and the Pacers said they're going to pay me all year long. Then it got to the end of the year. They didn't want to pay me, blah, blah, blah. So Miles Turner hasn't looked so great so far this season. But I do think, you should see his best game of the season in this one. That's what I would expect. So I was thinking, trying to find some ways to bet on him as well. I don't know, Vino. Pacers, their defense has been a little bit their defense has been all right. They haven't been allowing too much. The Bucks, they've scored 120 in every game except for one. How are you seeing this one, Bucks and Pacers?
Yeah, well, in response to your potential plays on Giannis here, this is, the team that Pacers are the team that ran away with his 64-point ball. So ever since then, it's been not a friendly feud between these two. And with Miles Turner coming back to Indiana tonight for the first time, it's probably not going to be very friendly. I'll just start by saying, because you were talking about offense, defense, Giannis, the usual quote that comes out of guys after they lose a game. At the end of the day, if you don't play defense, you're not going to win the game. But Milwaukee just, you'd like to think, and I know a lot of times between us, Ski, we will apply that stuff. Sounds like the coach is talking more defense. Maybe we'll lean under, but I just don't know how much you'll get out of Milwaukee here. I do think they'll score. They've Indiana victory more flukish than real. There's a big gap between these two. Milwaukee is the best field goal percentage shooting team in the NBA right now, over 52%, and Indiana is the worst, 40%. Indiana bench contributed like 15 points the other day. You take a look at that bench. We've talked about their guard situation. 4 of their top guards not on the floor. We know Halliburton won't be there all season long, but I still include him. And it's been tough for them to even find a point guard here. I think Milwaukee's probably the winner in this game. 6 is a tough number for me to get to, though. Indiana will put up 48 minutes worth of fight. But like you say, you get the bounce back for Milwaukee off of a loss that shouldn't have happened against Sacramento. Milwaukee opens that game with 47 points in the first quarter, and then I think just let off the gas the rest of the way until they had to scramble at the end. And Indiana, I don't know what gets into Golden State sometimes on the road, Ski. I really don't. But to lose 114 to 109 to the Pacers. Interesting. Last thing I'll close with here, because you had mentioned that the Pacers are playing a little bit better defense, and it's interesting that their pace hasn't really declined. They're number 6 in pace still, so they're still going fast. But the group that Rick Carlisle has in right now, due to injury, plays a little bit harder on the defensive end, I guess, because the numbers do bear that out through 6 games. Still think Milwaukee can score on them. If I had to, I'd be on Bucks -6. I just don't like that number.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, that was a good one. Mark, glad you cashed on that. But all of Milwaukee's wins have been by 6 or more so far this season. Maybe that could be a reason not to care so much about the number. I agree with Mark. Indiana did knock Milwaukee out past 2 seasons. He says they hate Indiana. He played the first half. Milwaukee has been a slower starting team this year, but I can understand that angle today. I think they should come to play, especially off of a loss. Bucks are nothing for me, whether it's first half or full game. And I do think points can be scored in this one. All right, Vino. Wolves and Nets. Today with me feeling like this, Rob Vino, games like this, I'm going to just go ahead and pass right over it. So if you want to touch Timberwolves and Nets, feel free, but I do not want to discuss this game.
I'll throw some stuff out there for you, and it starts with head coach Jordy Fernandez, who said, "I'm completely failing at getting this team to play hard. I've tried everything." In his words, he's talked to the players, asking them, "Hey, listen, how do I get you guys to play hard?" And they're just like, "Nah, you probably don't." And we can see it by the number of points they give up every single night, the Nets. MPJ out there calling for a change, starts off an interview.
He needs to change. He's just jacking all day.
He starts off a post game the other night with the reporter obviously asking him what's going wrong. And he starts by saying it's the point guards. And then he tries to backtrack. He's like, well, the point guards are rookies, and I was a rookie too, and I wasn't ready to contribute. Tried to backtrack that statement, but they didn't try to change point guards yesterday. They get 0 points out of Tyrese Martin, 27 minutes. They do have an issue there for sure, but nobody on this team wants to play defense. I think we've known it from the start. I've said a couple of times, you probably should wake up in the morning and mechanically just play the opponent's team total over. I could see that with Minnesota here if you wanted to. I don't see any way the Nets keep them below 118.5 as I look at the current numbers now. So, it has to be probably Minnesota in some capacity with their offense or nothing. They could get a little bit lackadaisical on defense here. Although I'll tell you what, people have pushed this total down. And I think, Ski, when I thought about why would they push it from 230 down to 227, 226 and a half, it likely all stems still from Anthony Edwards being out, and he's been out forever. I know there was a little bit of hope he might play here, but he's not going to play. So the number automatically goes down. Minnesota has shown they can score without him. I'd probably be on Minnesota team total over 118 and a half until the Nets show us that they care at all to play on defense. They just don't have good defenders. I shouldn't even say they care. They just don't have good defenders.
Don't have good defenders. Point guard play is not great. MPJ just jacking. I mean, it's hard to trust this Nets team. It actually, yeah, I can't get behind the Nets here, and I don't really want to lay this big of a number with the Timberwolves team, who I think they cover one game so far this year without their star player as well tonight. Yeah, it's a pass for me, Rob Vino. Wizards and Knicks opened up minus 11.5 for New York. See 12.5s out there. Total came down a little bit from 236, low as 234.5. Middleton is questionable. Josh Hart is questionable. Mitchell Robinson is out. Looking at this one here, you have a back-to-back for the Knicks, right? They got a little bit of revenge versus it was quick revenge too, versus I don't know. Help me out, Rob Vino. I played them yesterday too.
The Bulls
covered versus the Bulls. Yeah. Once again, I'm sick and I'm sorry. It's messing with me today. But the Knicks got their revenge yesterday. I don't know how much they get up for this game here today, but the Wizards, they're not very good. They're especially not good when Keontae George is off the court. He got in foul trouble in that last game, and they just immediately started getting destroyed. You have Middleton questionable. This is tough because, I like to bet Keyshawn George some way, shape, or form. And without Middleton, I really would love to try to back him. But I just don't think this is a good matchup. You got OG on the other side, Bridges on the other side to defend him. So it's tough. I don't trust the Wizards. I guess it's just that simple. If you tell me, Middleton could miss this game and Keontae George is getting extra attention from OG and Bridges, I don't see Washington having success. So when I think like that, maybe this number is big for a reason. New York runs away even on a back-to-back. How do you view this one, Vino?
I think I see it the same way, Ski. Now, I'll preface that by saying I haven't bet it yet, but it's hard for me to make a case for Washington. I just talked about how bad the Brooklyn Nets are defensively, so bad that their coach tells you he's failing as a head coach. And yet there's a team that's given up more points per game than the Nets, and that's Washington. I mean, they're as bad, if not worse, on that end of the floor. Knicks, like you mentioned, the one thing that does scare me is that they put a little bit of effort into that game after losing in Chicago a couple nights prior, get themselves a win. But they're very capable of scoring a boatload of points, 127 less. When you're coming off the bench with the guys that they have off the bench, Josh Hart, Jordan Clarkson, et cetera, the scoring might not slow down here against a Washington defense. So I tried to look at Knicks team total, which is 123. But I think the scary thing for me is the back-to-back and the amount of effort put into yesterday's game. So I kind of tailed off on that. Knicks minus 12.5 could be a good spot here. Washington can go cold in spurts offensively. It's the only thing they really do good is score points. So I think for me, it would be Knicks minus the price or nothing. Right now, I'm at no play at all on this game.
All right, Utah and let me actually get that banner going. Utah and Boston opened up 8.5, up to 10.5. Total slight move towards the over. Tatum, we know he's out. Walker Kessler looks like he's out, and Niang out for Utah. Celtics haven't looked so good so far this year. To see them as this big of a favorite, it is a back-to-back for the Jazz, so it is that. Third game in 4 nights for the Celtics, though. I don't know, Vino. My initial thoughts here were the Celtics really good at forcing turnovers. The Jazz turn the ball over a hell of a lot, but the Celtics are just not capitalizing once they turn them over. They're not converting those fast break points. This offense just not good enough for me to be laying 10.5 points. Maybe an over though. If we just think about the Jazz, well, I don't know. I don't trust the Jazz defense, is what I'm trying to say. So maybe Celtics offense can look a little bit better tonight. And at the same time, I don't think Celtics defense is great. We've talked about Celtics want to run, but they got to put the ball in the basket. So how are you viewing this one, Ravino?
Well, if you need to put the ball in the basket, Utah's a pretty good team to play. That's for sure. They're going to let you put it in the basket. And I think, one thing you notice about Boston right now, Ski, this year, and not that it's anything going out on a limb and uncovering hidden gems here or anything, but they just size-wise under the rim, it's a little bit different. I think Kessler and Markkanen probably do well here tonight against this Boston team. And they're both
Kessler's
guys
out.
Oh, my bad then. Just Markkanen. These guys that they have that are bigs run the floor pretty well. Utah's going to go up and down. On a back-to-back situation, I trust their defense even less. So I do think Boston will score. They're a three-point oriented team. Jazz can fill it up as well. Like I said, the Boston defense, the interior, to me, hasn't been as good. One other thing for me to note here real quick is that Boston comes off of playing Houston and now Utah. It's a major step down in class when you see the Houston defense and then you look at this defense, it immediately should signal points. So to me, the way to look here was over. I have a slight play on over in this game. Wouldn't be surprised if it reaches 240 fairly easily tonight.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, to what Mark is saying here, the Jazz are allowing slightly over 120 points per game. So good defense to see if you want to expect some scoring. What up, Brian H? He's giving us a look on the game we talked about earlier. He likes Milwaukee to smash today, and he likes Boston team total over first half and the game. All right, let's keep going down the list here, Vino. Pistons and Grizzlies. It did open -3 for the Pistons. They're now 4.5. Total came down from 238 to 230, or as low as 235.5. Injury report: John Morant is probable. Still no Edie, Clark, Ty Jerome, Scottie Pippen Jr. For the Pistons. Vassar's out, Ivy's out, Tobias Harris is questionable. Pistons have looked solid so far. I'm a big K guy. I think he'll be the best player on the court tonight. But what do we make out of this Grizzlies John Morant situation? Like, is he going to care tonight and go out there and want to play and play well? Is he over it? Is going to just be, remember when Jimmy Butler was ready to get out of Miami and he's just loafing around? I don't know what we're going to get from John Morant tonight. If you tell me you get a really good effort, I would take the +4.5. But who knows? What do you think here, Vino?
Huge question, Ski. Again, he criticized the organization, the coaching staff itself, which sometimes can be interpreted as quitting on a coaching staff. He doesn't like the new system or whatever. Gets the suspension. I don't know. I thought yesterday without him, maybe the team would play pretty well. Didn't really happen. I just don't know about the Memphis chemistry at this point in time. So that was a problem there. And on the other hand, we have to consider Detroit coming back from Mexico City. They played Dallas and Mexico City the other night, and I just don't know about them either. That could be a reason why the injury list is a little bit extended here tonight. So for me, it was an immediate scratch on this game. I'd have to see one game out of Memphis with Ja on the floor. Tonight will be that game just to see how the whole team reacts with him in there, how he reacts himself. And of course, the altitude at Mexico City is really the big deal when you're coming back from there. Hopefully you don't drink any tap water or anything in Mexico City and the team is okay. But we'll probably talk about that with Dallas as well. So I had no opinion on that game, Ski.
Yeah, I like what you said about coming from Mexico City. Don't think it's a great spot for the Pistons. If you tell me Morant cares, I would really want to get there with the Grizzlies. Ron B says Ja coming back to play is his last chance of being taken seriously. Says Grizz will take it seriously in this game. Brian says Morant quitting that fourth quarter, didn't like being caught out, so he's disengaged. He would stay away from Memphis, he says. I mean, It's the comment section is just how we're thinking, right? Which way is it gonna go? We don't
Right.
know. We'll go to the
You know,
next game.
2020 hindsight. We could tell you when the game's over.
Yep, we'll be able to tell you 100%. The other side of that, Mexico City, is Dallas now heading into Houston. They're a big underdog, 12.5 points. Total came down from 229 as low as 224.5. Let me just check this injury report. AD, Kyrie, Lively, Exum, all out. Jabari Smith Jr., questionable. JD Davison, Dorian Finney-Smith, Fred VanVleet out for the Rockets. Yeah, so we talked about them coming back from Mexico City. You know, when I just look at both of these teams, the Mavs, they struggle offensively. Whenever a real point guard, aka D'Lo, is not on the court, in my mind. And they're a team that they're trying to be like a Rockets identity, like the lengthy, but they're missing two of their big guys. The Rockets still have all that length to defend whatever Dallas has. I find it hard, or I'm thinking it'll be hard for Dallas to score tonight. And on the flip side, I mean, when you got KD on your team, it's not that hard to score versus anybody. I think his last game, he didn't even have, but maybe one shot touched the rim, maybe. Just nothing but the net when it's Kevin Durant. So I think the total moved in the right direction. Mavs struggle to score, maybe a Mavs team total under. And then at the same time, I could understand Rockets, but I probably look more so early. I think the Rockets are a good first half or first quarter team in general. I think Udoka usually has them ready to go. So Rockets first half or Mavs team total under. That's what comes to my mind here, Vino. What do you think?
Well, they're on a rampage right now. The Rockets last 3 games, 28, 18, and 17-point wins, coming back home from Boston. So first game home, I don't know. But again, we have the Mexico City factor with Dallas. The thing that baffles me here is what in the world is Jason Kidd and the Mavericks doing playing at the 4th fastest pace in the NBA with the crew that they have? It makes no sense.
Well,
And
actually, I do understand it.
okay,
I do
go
understand
ahead.
it because you don't have good playmaking. So you're just trying to play fast to try and go get easy baskets. That's what it adds up for me.
Okay. And obviously, if that's the philosophy, that's the philosophy. The problem for them is the ball doesn't end up in the basket enough for them. They just don't have enough guys, right? I mean, going fast. It's like in football, if you play fast tempo, but you go 3 and out, right? Who cares how fast you're going? You're just punting it back to the other team within a minute and a half. So that's kind of the way I feel about Dallas right now. Like you say, there's no point guard leadership. Cooper Flag, more bad games than good, but it's to be expected. You're throwing the guy into a point guard position, really didn't play it at Duke. Houston's just playing way too well for me right now to ignore them. I think they probably win this game by a sizable margin. Again, the scheduling factor comes into this a little bit, and then the fundamental matchups on the floor just take precedence. Dallas a little too banged up at this time. I like the favorite side here, Houston.
I think they can get it done with the big number. All right. Almost there, Vino. Man. Sacramento and Denver. Open up -9.5 for Denver. Looks like 11.5. Total open 238.5. As low as 235.5. Injury report. Cam Johnson is probable. Jamal Murray is probable. For Sacramento, Carter, Levine, Schroeder, all questionable. Malik Monk out. Keegan Murray out. I mean, what are we doing here? So for one, Vino, I took the Kings +10 versus Thunder. I took the Kings the other day when they got the win. Was it on Saturday, I believe?
The Bucks, yeah.
Yeah, I took them in that game as well because, and I don't think this Kings roster team is very good, but they were hungry. They're desperate for a win, and they finally got one. Now that they've got one, will that hunger remain? Are they even good enough if they're missing these guys in the lineup? I don't think they're good enough. Malik Monk was already a lot of points. You missed Levine. He's been hot. Schroeder, I couldn't trust his team with these question marks. So with that, it's Denver or nothing. And if you tell me everybody plays, I'd probably just pivot to maybe over. What do you think here, Vino?
Could see both. It's funny because we've got these double-digit price favorites so far, and I'm sitting here building cases for the Knicks against Washington, Houston against Dallas, and now probably Denver against Sacramento. I don't like to lay double digits in games, but these three favorites seem to make a bit of sense to me. For Sacramento, it's the fourth of a 4-game road trip. There's been a little bit of travel around here for them. I think it was Milwaukee, Oklahoma City, Indiana. Now Denver. Denver's off that 2-point loss in the Cup game to Portland. Not that the Cup means anything to Denver, but they did lose a close game, 109-107, where their offense didn't really perform the way it's performed all season long. So I think an offensive bounce back is due for them. Zach LaVine, again, if he does miss, he's been the leading scorer in every single game so far. And now he's questionable. I think he's averaging like over 30 a game. Denver's got a rest edge here when you give a team like Denver since Friday to have off and get ready to play. And Sacramento's coming in from Milwaukee. I think that's an advantage there. The Kings have played close, like you say, Ski. The only game I could find where they didn't play close was that back-to-back against Chicago. Remember, like the DeRozan-Levine trip back to Chicago, but it was the second of a back-to-back for the Kings, and they got blown out 126-113 by Chicago that night. That's the only time they haven't been competitive score-wise this year. And Denver, 2 home games so far, 2 double-digit wins by 22 and 34 against the Suns and the Pelicans. And the Kings defensively can be lumped into that group, Suns and Pelicans. I could see a lot of points out of Denver. I could see Denver covering this number, especially off of a loss. So in some capacity, you know what? I think I'd probably play Denver minus the 11.5, especially if Schroeder, when you start digging into the Kings bench to replace starters, and if you do have to replace Schroeder and LaVine tonight, they really become shorthanded on the fourth of a 4-game road trip. So I think I like Denver minus 11.5, the best of all those.
Yeah, that's making some sense to me. We'll move to Lakers and Blazers. Open up minus 1.5 for the Lakers. Flip of favorites. Portland is now minus 3. Total skyrocketed from 231.5 to 236. And injuries, I see Sharp probable. Scoot, Matisse Thybulle, and Wesley out. For the Lakers, Vincent, Thiero, Kleba, LeBron out. Ayton, still questionable here. Man, Vino, since the first game I said this, and I didn't approach it correctly. I said, I don't trust the Lakers, blah, 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 because they can't play defense. What do? They go over every single game, and I'm not betting any overs. The Blazers, they just want to play fast. They didn't go over in their last game. Maybe just too many missed shots, but they definitely do try to play fast. So I can understand why the total has gone up. Yes, it's over or nothing for me in this game. What do you think?
And I think especially probably Portland team total over, Ski. I could see isolating that as well. For the Lakers, it's back-to-back games. And you just played the number 1 pace team in the league last night, Miami. So you're up and down the floor last night. You got to come right back and play up and down with the number 2 or 3, depending upon whose tempo and pace ratings you read. But you've got 2 of the fastest teams in the NBA. You're going to play back-to-back here. I wonder, he's not on the injury list yet, but I do wonder if in the end they decide, let's give Luka a rest. He went over 38 minutes last night, led the team. I don't know that that's going to happen. You're just things with the NBA that we know, you have to consider these things. They just played 1 week ago, these 2 teams, and both of them were on back-to-back situations. Portland scored 122, beat the Lakers 122-108. Lakers were coming back from Sacramento. Portland was in city. And you know how that can be. When you get the back-to-backs, Clippers, Lakers, the team goes out a little bit, but they still scored 122 and won that game. I think it's a bad matchup here, just schedule-wise and tempo-wise for LA to win. But they've been playing really well for the most part, so I hate to go against them. I can understand people that have pushed it from 1.5 to 3.5 and betting the Portland side. I get it. But I think what I get even more is Portland to reach 120 points here in this game. Like I say, they did it last week in a back-to-back situation. And I'll just add one more thing. Like you just said, they didn't play up to offensive capabilities in that last game against Denver, 109-107. And I'm always looking for bounce backs from teams that underperform in situations. So to me, it'd be Portland team total over.
All right, good stuff on that. The last NBA game for today, the Heat on the back-to-back versus the Clippers. You just mentioned that one. 7.5 was the opener. I see 8. I guess we'll call consensus. Total came down from 230.5 to as low as 226. Miller, Sanders out for the Clippers. Powell questionable. Jokic doubtful. Hero. Well, they still have Rozier listed on here. Those guys are out.
He ain't coming back.
No. I put my money on it. Minus 50,000. He's not coming back. But Miami on his back-to-back. Yesterday they had to go sit Khalil Ware down because he wasn't giving them what they needed. We'll see if he can bounce back here tonight. Might need him versus Zubac down there in the paint. I don't know. This game, the total is crashing down, but we know Miami likes to run. Will they be able to run on his back-to-back? Did they go out and party? What do you think about this one, Vino?
I think of what you said last week. Old guys with walkers with tennis balls hanging off, and they have to play the fastest team in the NBA. And it's on a back-to-back, so that could slow it down. But, the Clippers, I don't know how you trust the Clippers in any situation right now, Ski. They played Memphis the other night. Really should have had a huge advantage. Barely escaped, 126-124. So New Orleans pushes them to 250. Not saying 250 is going to happen again tonight because the game before that they played Golden State. It's 98-79. The Clippers are sporadic. I don't think they're good enough to cover big numbers. If nothing else, I think Spoelstra's team is giving effort. I will not play this guy. I guarantee you right now I won't play this game. But if, we had the proverbial you have to play it, I would probably look towards Miami. Just because the Clippers haven't shown as of yet any capacity to put people away other than Phoenix at home in a somewhat similar type situation. They won pretty big, but I would probably lean Miami here.
My bad. Yeah, if I'm taking Miami, it's the first half. Just like Paul says in the chat, they've only failed to cover one first half. That was last night. Clippers just untrustworthy, and they don't play good enough defense to be laying these points to me. So Heat first half would probably be my recommendation there. All right, Vino, let's talk a little bit of Monday Night Football. With a little bit of breath I got left, let's get this last game out. And that is Cardinals going to Dallas. Opened up -3 for the Cowboys. I see 3 or 3.5, depending where you shop. Total open 51.5. It's up to 54. You won't have Kyler Murray, right? Brissett is quarterback tonight. I don't think that's a downgrade. I've said it before. I'm not a Kyler Murray guy. I don't think he's good. He's too small. All you got to do is blitz him, and he just falls down. I feel like I've seen enough Kyler Murray, personally. Jacoby, that first game he came in, I bet on him. He covered that number for me, and the passing offense just looked better to me when he's out there. You're going up against a Cowboys defense who's absolutely pathetic. They give it up to everybody. They give it up to everybody through the air. They give it up to everybody on the ground. But the Cardinals don't really have a run game right now because Connor and the backup for Connor, blanking out, but he's out too. They're both out. So they don't have a run game. I think it's a heavy pass game from both teams because of how bad the defenses are. And if it's like that, I always say I trust the Cowboys to score. I don't trust them to get any stops. I like this one early rather than late. 26.5 was the number I got for the first half, up and over, Rob. What do you think about Cardinals and Cowboys?
Yeah, I think you have to play it over in some capacity. I mean, look at the Cardinals, like you say, Ski, with Jacoby Brissett. Last couple of weeks, 27 against the Colts, 23 against the Packers. Certainly far better defenses than what Dallas is bringing to the table here. So if you can get 27 and 23 against those two teams, and the Colts game was on the road. They had the Colts on the ropes in that one. 31-27 loss, hit 58 there, hit 50 in the Green Bay game last week. Now you're asked to get to 54 with the Cowboys, who seemingly go over every single week. It's just so difficult to recommend anything but over in this game. The Cardinal team total, I think, is 24.5. Cowboys was up around 28.5. But regardless, I think they're both going to score here. I think they'll continue to score all game long. The only thing you have to worry about, and it kind of happened yesterday in the Kansas City Buffalo game, and it cost me a bet. They ended 49. The game total was 52, but they had a couple of drives where they went for it on fourth down each side and got stoned. And when you have drives that take a little bit of time and you get 0 out of them, that can affect the total in the 50s. I don't know that happens here. I can't trust either one of these defenses. So for me, 53.5 is a viable play on over. That's the way I would look. So you like half, I like full. I'm not going to argue off of half, though.
Star Child says he likes the first half under. Hey, man, you want to try to catch that falling knife, Star Child? You go right ahead. I'm not catching it. I'm going to keep doing exactly what I've been doing every week. We're going right back to that one. So I think that's it for today, Robino. I know college basketball is going on. On this show, we may start to, talk about some college basketball here and there, but not today. So going to move it over. Best bets. And, today, Vino, I'm just going to pass it to you. I'll ask you if there's anything you would like to promote. If you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it. And if you don't, all good.
Real quick, just I will promote the WagerTalk college basketball show, Ski. That first episode aired today. Adam Trigger, host, Brian Power, and myself, a 3-man panel. We're going to be doing college basketball every morning, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. If you want to go back and check that on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, by all means. But we will be there for college basketball each and every day throughout the season. So if you're into college hoop, there's the place to find that. NBA hoop, let's talk about that. I'll go to the middle of the card where we talked about Utah and Boston. I just see that as an over. I see Boston having one of those nights where they make 23s against this Utah defense in a back-to-back. And like I said, I don't think Boston's, especially the rim protection or the interior defense, is good enough anymore. So I'm going to play over 233.5 as the best bet, Utah-Boston.
Good stuff. Casey. Yeah, Canada dry as hell right now, Casey. I should be drinking the Canada Dry right now. Shout out to them LA Dodgers. Maybe I'll go pick one up right now. But for my best bet, I'm gonna go back to football. And I like that first half over, man. It's very, very simple. Dallas can score versus anybody, and they can't stop anybody. We've seen every single first half go over. Why is it not going to go over today? I mean, you want to catch that falling knife? Go ahead. Not going to be me. I've been betting first half over. I'm going to do it right again today. So that'll be my best bet for the show. And if you know, somebody in the chat is trying to help you out with the real best bet today. If you've been around for a while, you know what to do. So, Vino, I always appreciate you taking the time to cap these games with me. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all tuning in and contributing, helping us cap the games as well. Everybody just trying to help each other get to the window, and that's what I'm about. So appreciate everybody. I'm gonna do my best to get better before tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then.